All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. This meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck?
Here.
Councilor Boop is excused. Councilor Ruff?
Here.
Corrigan? Here. Afghan?
Here.
Wenlin?
Here.
And Burdick?
Here.
Thank you. Now, everyone, will you please stand, remove your hats, and join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have some presentations to kick off our meeting today, starting with Pride Month, the month of June. We proclaim as Pride Month in Lake Oswego and nationwide. It's dedicated to our LGBTQIA community. We want to ensure that all residents know that Lake Oswego is a safe, welcoming community for everyone, regardless of their innate traits and backgrounds, including the LGBTQIA community, which now continues to face immense discrimination and hatred nationwide. So it's extra important that our community knows that the city of Lake Oswego stands with our gay, queer, and transgendered neighbors, young and old, here and everywhere, and values the contributions they make every day in and out to life in our city, in our wonderful city. So we're excited to kick this month off with an incredible first ever Pride Festival. Really great thanks to the community group LO for Love who put that entire festival together, fundraised for it. They did wonderful work. That's going to be Sunday, June 2nd from 12 to 4 p.m. at Millennium Plaza Park. There'll be food vendors, entertainment, music. It's going to be a great time. I invite you all to join us. Following that festival at 4:30, we're going to have a little celebration out by the flagpole where we will, for the second year in a row, raise the Progress Pride flag. So we invite everyone to join us. We'll have a signed proclamation, which is available on the city's website. This month, we are also celebrating National Public Works Week. National Public Works Week runs this week, May 20th through the 24th, and we're going to watch a short video.
Our job in Public Works is to maintain the public infrastructure systems such as water, wastewater, and transportation. And the way we advance those systems here in Lake Oswego is we go above and beyond. Our pavement management on our collector system is better than most small cities. We also have a beautification program that provides the visual aesthetics that people really love in this community, such as hanging flower baskets, the flower beds, maintaining the streetlights in the downtown core.
As part of improving quality of life, we currently grab samples by hand in the field multiple times a week to monitor and measure water quality throughout the distribution system and reservoir systems. We want to make sure everything's okay. But we wanted to take it one step further than is required of us, and we went and purchased a bunch of state-of-the-art water quality panels. So we're going to go out to all the pump stations, reservoirs. We're going to install all the sensors so that we will have 24/7 online monitoring. If we have a water quality issue that comes up, we can respond immediately to it. This allows us to be prepared and respond much quicker than in the past.
Well, being the admin assistant for the engineering department and working on those contracts to get whether it be design or construction contracts going, they're all to improve and enhance the quality of life for the city of Lake Oswego. It's all health and safety for everyone.
We improve quality of life by providing water to your household. It'd be hard to get by a week without water, and I feel like it's taken for granted until a line breaks and you have to have your water shut off until the repair is made.
My role is instrumentation and controls, so I'm in charge of maintaining, calibrating, and bringing in sensor data for operators to make decisions on. We happen to have a large, high-quality new water system here, and that's where my role comes in. I'm able to serve the public by maintaining this water treatment plant and water quality so that it can be served to the citizens of Lake Oswego and Tigard.
Well, my days can vary from day to day, but mainly I'm working on the contracts for the projects that are in the city's capital improvement plan. And so it's at the very beginning stage of those projects where we put together the documents, whether it's design or construction or any type of utility work.
During our emergency schedules that we have, like wind storms, ice storms, snowstorms, we'll switch to a 12-hour shift and we'll split the crews up. So essentially we're running at half capacity, so we have 24-hour coverage. When the power goes out, so does the power to the pump stations to move water to your houses. We have big generators on trailers that we have to distribute throughout the city and take to all of our pump stations to get power to those. It's hard to drive on with your car, let alone a big dump truck with a sander, plow, and a trailer behind it.
It takes a large variety of people to make public works happen. We like to come together once a year to celebrate all of the people throughout our public works department. It's important that we celebrate the fact that the quality of service we provide here in Lake Oswego is very outstanding. On top of that, we want to renew our commitment to the work that we do because we do it for the greater good of the entire community.
Thank you, Lake Oswego, for celebrating Public Works Week with us.
I don't know if Director Rooney, is Director Rooney here? Oh, there she is. Okay, well, Director Rooney is our Public Works Director. She and her department really do I'm really glad we're doing this. They really work behind the scenes, but impact our daily lives from the streets to the water, do immense work day in and day out. They're the ones who respond to emergencies and really just appreciate all the work that they do for the community. So as we celebrate this week, we of course have this video. Well, I know that the city is putting things out on social media, which is really great. People get informed about all the stuff that takes place behind the scenes. I think you can also get a tour of the water treatment plant, I hear. And if you have not taken a tour of the water treatment plant, it's fantastic. If you don't know, Lake Oswego has a state-of-the-art water treatment plant down yonder there in Westland. It's just fascinating to learn about everything that goes into, when we turn on that faucet. So this week, when we turn on the faucet, flush the toilet, drive the car, we'll think of the Public Works team, okay, and in all week. So it's great to celebrate. We have a proclamation for Public Works Week and more information available on the website as well. We are also this month celebrating the National Historic Preservation Month, and we have an important award to give out. So every year during the month of May, communities throughout the nation celebrate Preservation Month. And it was first created in 1971 by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. And over the past several years, Lake Oswego has celebrated Preservation Month in May with a proclamation and a presentation of a merit award to recognize those who have made significant contributions to the city's history and built environment. Many thanks to our community members who volunteer on the Historic Resources Advisory Board. I know some of them are here with us this afternoon, and to other members of the preservation community who contribute to the preservation of the city's historic and architectural past. Joining us now is Paul Espy, an associate planner with the city, and he's a staff coordinator for HRAB, and we have our HRAB chair, Casey Hawarda, to give us a presentation and present an award.
Thank you, Mayor Buck. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, once again, it's great to be here. May is Preservation Month, and this year we celebrate those individuals who are dedicated to protecting our favorite places. And this year, the National Trust's theme is People Saving Places. We'd like to highlight those community members who played a significant role in this great service. The work they do matters. Their efforts are vital in ensuring that all Americans connect with their shared history, weaving together their intricate fabric of our nation's story. By celebrating people saving places, their work will inspire others to join the national effort to preserve America's historic places for generations to come. I have with me Casey Hawarda this evening, and the Historic Resources Advisory Board, or most of them anyway. She would like to present an award for Lifetime Achievement in Historic Preservation, which will be hereinafter be known as the Jeannie McGuire Lifetime Achievement Award for Historic Preservation. Wow. The name has been changed in honor of an individual who has contributed so much to our city's historic preservation program. But before we do this, I just want to have a few words about our grant program. One of HRAB's ongoing project is the city's historic preservation grant, And we have recently also added a historic education grant for neighborhoods. Under the Historic Preservation Grant, the Hunt Club has completed an extensive project to restore the wood windows at the west or rear elevation of the arena building. And it may not look like much, but this really takes a lot of effort. Here's the before picture. As you can see, the windows are cracked, broken, and completely missing. And then this is the finished work. Of course, it needs a little bit of painting and finish work, but I just wanted to give you the at least the intermediate result of the great work that they are doing to maintain this building and keep our National Register treasure whole. For the Historic Education Grant, the Lakewood Neighborhood History Project will create a self-guided historic walking tour and overview of the neighborhood history. It will include photos and information about the age and historic significance of properties within the neighborhood, along with significant trees and other types of points of interest. Information will be accessed through a phone app that's similar to the Digital Gallery Without Walls program. And this was a really unique project between the Lakewood Neighborhood Association and the Lake Oswego School District, really. Student members of the Joint High School Robotics Club got together with the Lakewood neighborhood and are in the process and have just about completed the app for this. And this was done under their coach, the computer science instructor, John Sperry. So they are really doing great work as well. And so we're really excited to see the first year of this program off to such a good start. So this time, I would like to introduce Casey Howard, who is with us here this evening, and she will present the award to Jeannie McGuire.
Thank you, Paul. For those of you who have not met Jeannie McGuire, she has been a member of our community who has been involved with historic preservation for longer than anyone in our city. And when it came time to write the article that Paul did for us for Hello, LO, there were things that she did before any of us even got here. So I said to her, I know we're going to miss some things, but we were trying to surprise her. Jeannie has been a member of HRAB since it was formed, and she's no longer with us on HRAB, but she guides a lot of everything we do because she was the guiding force in preservation that preserved so many things in our community. The Headgate, the True Blood House. She was instrumental in saving the workers' cottage. She was very interested in the iron furnace. There are so many preservation projects in our community that Jeannie had her fingers in, and I can't tell you how much it means to me to present to her this award, which will hereafter be named the Jeannie McGuire Historic Preservation Award in her honor for her lifetime of work in our community in the name of historic preservation. So Jeannie, come on up. And I won't make her hold it because she has a back problem, so I'll hold it and let her say something.
How much time do I have to get up there?
Congratulations,
oh
Jeannie.
That's...
Do you want to say some few words?
I will say, oh, my goodness, I probably should turn around, shouldn't I? Okay, don't let me fall over. Oh my gosh. Hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you for coming. A few days ago, a friend of mine said, do you have to make a speech? And you know, I've been thinking about that. I mean, I'm still in shock from reading my name 1,000 times, you know, in the paper. And I'm supposed to make a speech? Well, I'm not going to do that exactly. What I would like to do is to say thank you to, gosh, Paul Espy. Where is he? To Paul Espy, yes. Our fearless leader. Maybe they can't hear me. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't do this often, you know. Paul, thank you for putting up with all of us and letting me correct how you spell Carmen way too many times. Way too many times. And Jansen, yes. And also, how about everyone who's on HRAB right now, a member of that illustrious body, raise your hand. Or if you're tired of sitting, you can stand up. And behind me is Rachel. And she is a former member. Are there any other former members here? Former members of HRAB. Okay, I got y'all. Also, I want to thank so much to all the people in the Lake Oswego Preservation Society. And I know there's some of them here. There we go. Two. Okay, pardon me. And the Oswego Heritage Council. Each of these three groups, HRAB, well, that's the Historic Resource Advisory Board, if you haven't figured that out by now, has a different mission statement, and they do different things. I know it's very confusing to everybody in Lake Oswego, but the combination of all of us and what we do gets quite a bit of work done. And it's important work, and it's worthwhile. So that's what I really want to say, is just a big thank you to everyone. And there are people here also who've never been members of any of these groups who have done some remarkable things in Lake Oswego over the years to promote historic preservation. So you know who you are, and many people do. So I think with that, I will just say one big thanks again to everybody.
Let's give Jeannie a big round of applause. We get this for you.
I'm looking at my neighbor. I didn't thank my neighbors. One of them isn't too upset, I hope, and she's taking my picture.
We're going to take a short recess here first. Okay, we are back in order. Thank you, everyone. We next on the agenda is our time set aside for public comment. If you are here to provide public comment and have not already done so, please fill out one of these white sheets on the back table and hand it to Ms. Linder. When I call you forward, you'll have 3 minutes to deliver your comments. We're glad you're here. There's a little timer on the table there to pay attention to the countdown. And first up is Mark Pullman. Pullman, come on forward. And just state your name. We don't need your address or anything, but just state your name for the record when you just start off. Good afternoon.
My name's Mark Pullman. I'm a member of the Lake Oswego Sustainability Network. Also sit on the Sustainability Advisory Board and am on the Forest Highlands Neighborhood Association Board. I'm a retired nurse practitioner, lived in Lake Oswego about 13 years now. And I've been a nurse practitioner for 45 years. And as a member of the LOSN Electrify Your Landscaping and Healthy Yard Care Action Team, I'd like to thank the council for giving us monetary support this year. We hope to do several things with that money, and I wanted to personally come and thank you. We are going to do 2 mailings to Lake Oswego discussing the evils of gas-powered landscaping equipment and healthy yard care. And we're also next year, hopefully, utilizing the new aquatic center, would like to do a conference co-sponsored by the AGZA, which is the American Green Zone Alliance, for our landscapers, to show them the brand new electric power equipment that's going, that they have. That'll be in the spring of 2025. This conference will be very similar to the 2024 conference AGZA sponsored at Nike this year in Beaverton. This conference will emphasize the progress that electric landscaping equipment has made for the larger landscapers. We also would like to thank the Public Works Department and the City Parks Department for their moving toward electrification, and also hiring those people who do landscaping with electrification and also sustainable yard care. We know the hazards of gas-powered landscaping equipment, that being inhaling toxic fumes and loud noises causing hearing loss, pulmonary diseases, and cancer. And the impact is impact on climate change is also well demonstrated. And it's my personal opinion that the council should move toward what Portland and 200 other municipalities in the United States have done, and that is to ban gas-powered blowers, definitely, and also gas-powered landscaping equipment. Thank you so much.
Mark, thank you very much. Thanks for your service on SAB and for LOSN and the good partnership. We appreciate this information.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Carl Okert. Good afternoon.
These chairs are low. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carl Okert. We have recently heard that the council and staff are envisioning shutting down our existing library and building a new one in Lake Grove. They state that our library is substandard and over capacity, and the community needs and wants a new library. However, the clear and objective evidence from both the 2023 Library Visioning Project and the 2023 Community Survey do not support those assertions. The consultant for the Visioning Project states, and I quote, "The idea of acting a second library in the Lake Grove area was proposed as one possible solution. However, it is important to note that there was also strong sentiment against moving the library from its current location, suggesting that any additional locations should supplement rather than replace the existing library, end quote. The consultant's recommendation was to renovate the current library and create a new facility in Lake Grove. The city's own 2023 community survey that comes with a 95% confidence level found that in rating the overall satisfaction with major categories of city services, the current library scores a whopping 92% very satisfied plus satisfied. That ranks it up there with the police and fire departments. Clearly, we get amazing results from our current facility in its current location. Question 19 from the survey ranked priorities for capital spend over the next 10 years. Expanding and updating library services and facilities to meet community needs came in a distant fourth, behind pathway construction, road maintenance, and upgrades to the South Shore Fire Station. Question 21 from the survey asked for the highest priorities for the library itself and ranked remodeling to meet community needs and seismic requirements as number one. To repeat what our residents said, remodeling the library to meet community needs and seismic requirements is the number one priority for our library. Expansion of the library through a new building in Lake Grove ranked 5th of 6 priorities. This is not a Fan Forest Hills neighborhood poll. These responses were collected in the city's own community-wide survey from just last fall. Clear and objective results at a 95% confidence level. The community is not clamoring for a new library. Listen to our residents, your constituents. Keep and take care of the library that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ockert. James Boland. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor Buck. Jim Bolland. This afternoon, I'm presenting testimony comparing the cost of renovating the existing library versus building a new library at the Lake Grove Elementary School site. My cost comparison is based on the current cost estimates provided to the city. Renovation of the existing library is estimated at $10 to $15 million. Construction of a new library is estimated at $85 to $99 million, nearly 10 times the cost of renovating the existing library. And this figure does not appear to include yet undetermined community center elements and features. For some historical context, when the city used a $20 million bank line of credit to purchase the Safeco, nay West End building, with the intent to remodel it into a community center, and then went to the voters requesting approval for a $20 million general obligation bond to repay the bank loan, without telling the voters what the full cost of the renovations would be. That bond request was soundly rejected by a 57 to 42% margin, resulting in the sale of the West End building to Yakima. The city has indicated that it would utilize a combination of Lake Grove Urban Renewal District funds and general obligation bond funds to construct a new library. The Lake Grove URD was created to fund a two-phase Boones Ferry Road project and provide public parking. The Lake Grove URD has completed phase 1 of the road project, but currently does not have the debt capacity to fund phase 2 of the road project for public parking. You have called the new library project a generational opportunity, but if you extend the life of the Lake Grove URD to increase the debt capacity, in reality, you are burdening future Lake Oswegans with generational debt. Lake Oswego voters are generally unaware that the city recently terminated an arrangement with EPCOR for a new wastewater treatment plant in the foothills. Because the estimated cost had risen, by your own statements, to $685 million, and the council wanted to get that cost down to $625 million. It is difficult to believe that when voters become aware of the looming wastewater treatment plant costs, they will be willing to finance GO bonds for a new library that city surveys clearly indicate they are not asking for. The last time the city asked voters to approve a $15 million GO bond for the library in 2012, that request was rejected 57 to 42%. The responsible path forward is to inform Lake Oswegans what the costs are of the city projects we are already committed to, as well as the cost of the projects that you are dreaming about. The prudent choice is to renovate the existing library.
Thank you, Mr. Boland.
Thank you very much.
Diana Schmidt. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you for carefully considering the feedback that you're receiving. If you're listening, you're hearing that there is little citizen support for the proposed destruction of two vibrant and cherished components of our city. It bears repeating, the call for the closure of our library is not coming from the voters. Assertions have been made that it's not possible to offer the services of a modern library at the current location, that 27,100 square feet is not big enough, and the best option is to tear it down and build a shiny new one where a beloved school sits. In fact, it's quite possible to offer more amenities at our current location. Countless modern libraries are able to offer a wide variety of amenities within square footage less than or equal to ours. The thoughtful and efficient use of space, coupled with extended operating hours, will allow us to meet the needs of all ages. I moved here from Fallbrook, California. Efficient space planning means that with just 20,000 square feet, the library boasts a community room with a capacity of 130, a computer lab, assorted private study rooms, ample room for children's story hour, and a variety of comfortable gathering areas inside and out. You'll also find a catering kitchen, a baby grand piano, and the Friends bookstore. Closer to home, the Wilsonville Library is similarly sized to ours. They offer 3 rooms available for gatherings and events, ranging in capacity from 10 to 150. The Friends bookstore also fits within the building. They're open an average of 60 hours a week, and our library is open an average of 48. Housed in 23,000 square feet, the Tualatin Library serves more card holders than we do. Staying open an average of 62 hours a week, they have a community room with a capacity of 147. LO kids are busy with after-school activities and sports. After dinner is prime study time, but our library is not available to them as it closes at 7 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Returning our library to pre-COVID hours, when it used to be open until 9, would give our kids access to the library. Our problem is not a lack of space, but rather a lack of vision. We have enough square footage in our current location. With a thoughtful remodel where effective space planning takes precedence, we can enjoy the amenities of a modern library at a fraction of the cost of a new build and without the havoc, upheaval, and destruction that the proposed plan would wreak. Citywide, it is what the citizens of Lake Oswego have told you that we want twice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Jeff Weens. Good afternoon.
My name is Jeff Weens. I live at 785 9th Street. I had an amazing career with the City of Ventura Fire Department. In 2014, I retired as a fire captain, and I was also a shift arson investigator. In 2015, our family moved to this beautiful city. I have experience with how much effort it takes to operate a city, working side by side with council members and different departments to create a safe and enjoyable lifestyle for the citizens. Thank you to each and every one of you for your dedication. You may not hear that enough, but your efforts are appreciated. I'm here to ask you, please do not tear down our library. We have just heard how other comparable communities make use of their library square footage. Our library has 27,100 square feet to work with, and that is enough room to accomplish a lot. The library can be reconfigured. For example, when I walk up to the second floor, I see 2 big openings totaling approximately 1,000 square feet of non-usable area looking down to the first floor. These spaces could be floored in and better utilized. I also see approximately 1,750 square feet of underutilized reference area. We could rethink the entire library layout by bringing in an architect to offer creative design options that could include study rooms and an event area. Redesigning and upgrading the library is the prudent and responsible thing to do. Environmentally speaking, it's always best to remodel and reuse existing buildings to have less of an environmental impact that demolished buildings would cause. It would be irresponsible to send a usable building to the landfill. This would be good city management, and you are elected by the citizens to responsibly manage the city's assets and taxpayers' dollars. I would also like to say that the Adult Community Center is underutilized and could be used for many more public events if it were open later in the evenings and weekends as needed. After all, it's only about 500 feet away from the library. This is a wonderful opportunity for Parks and Recreation to partner with the library to best utilize the Adult Community Center for public events. How about renaming the Adult Community Center the Lake Oswego Community Center? Please do not tear down our library. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weens. Vern Dusenbury. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity, Vern Dusenbury. I'd like to take this opportunity to enter into the record and ask for your consideration of the letter, my letter to the Lake Oswego Review from the May 8th edition. It was published under the heading, "New Library at Different Location Wouldn't Solve Problems." I wrote, "It's not just Lake Grove parents with concerns about the latest iteration of City Hall's plans for repurposing Lake Grove Elementary School. The idea of demolishing the current library and moving all library services to the Lake Grove Community Hub would undercut one of the original library study goals of making library services accessible to more city residents. While constructing a second library site serving the west side of town makes sense in that regard, removing existing library services on the east side of town would simply render another set of residents library deprived. Our existing library is part of a cluster of civic assets on the east side of town, important to those of us, especially seniors, who've chosen to live near the public library, the adult community center, the post office, the transit hub, and shopping. The Lake Oswego Public Library is a community gem. Please update the current east side location and then fund a branch to serve the west side of the city." Thank you for
Thank you, Mr. Dusenbury. Jill Cabral-Shin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Jill Cabral-Shin. Albert Einstein once said, "The only thing you absolutely have to know is the location of the library." I love that quote because I love libraries. They always have the answer. My mom was a single mom for a number of years, and I spent a lot of hours at the library after school. And lucky for us, nowadays, no problem finding the local library with these devices we carry around. I am now a mom myself with 2 young kids. The majority of my daughter's class and of my friends with children have moved here in the last 5 to 10 years. We are utterly shocked that you would tear this library from its long-standing location from our kids and do it in such a way that most people have no idea that you're doing it. Then we hear about the plans to demolish an elementary school, uprooting another beloved institution, and leaving hundreds of parents fighting for the neighborhood they purposefully and thoughtfully chose for their children. I'm a firm believer that everyone should have access to libraries. I recently completed a report with Portland's Bureau of Planning and Sustainability that laid out recommendations for designing communities where people could grow up and grow old. During every focus group, libraries were the top of the list as an essential community resource. Every kid should be able to go into a library, eyes lit with wonder, the doors of their brains flung wide to welcome it all, to learn about new worlds they didn't know existed, to band together with a friend and find Waldo hidden in the Children's Center, and to work with the incredible librarians to find books about their current obsession. Libraries are also a place for moms to help raise our kids and get support, make connections, and feel like we're not alone. This is why I was so thrilled when I saw the recommendations from the visioning project consultant to conduct upgrades on the current library and build a branch on the west side. It is such a clear and obvious solution. I keep hearing that, quote, we can't afford staffing for another branch. The city also can't afford a brand new $85+ million library without messing around with city bonds and acting like urban renewal money is free money. The city seems to be pulling a lot of strings to push through this idea that the residents do not want. Can we try pulling some different strings and give residents what we are asking for? The city paid for a community-wide survey with a 95% accuracy rate, and the response of residents was overwhelmingly in favor of leaving the library and renovating it. The visioning project consultant recommended renovations and a west side branch. This would give the largest amount of people access to a vital community resource. Why are we ignoring this obvious solution and instead driving forward with a plan that is not based on citizen input, yet affects the lives of thousands of children, families, and residents across the city? I look forward to working with all of you to find a solution that benefits all residents.
That's great. Thank you very much. Stephanie Wagner. Stephanie.
Thank you, Mayor Buck. I am actually here representing the Oswego Lake Watershed Council. We actually passed a motion at our last meeting to have me come and address you and encourage you to accept the new urban community forestry plan that you're going to be hearing more about later on in this meeting. We were very privileged to be a part of that process and want to really compliment the planning department on how inclusive it was. I think you did a wonderful job of putting the plan together. It's not perfect, but it's certainly an absolutely wonderful starting place for continuing to support community forestry in Lake Oswego. So I just wanted a chance to say thank you. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get to stay because things ran kind of late for all of Jessica's presentation, but I'll stay for some of it. And also to say the Watershed Council is very excited about what role we have as a community force in helping to implement the plan as it moves forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your work on that. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, we are now going to move on to the consent agenda, which includes items 6.1. This is work order 332. It's approval of the guaranteed maximum price for backup power at the Lake Oswego-Tigard Partnership Facilities Project. And item 6.2, approval of meeting minutes from March 19th and April 2nd. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
All right, motion to adopt the consent agenda has been made by Council President Mboop. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Councilor Corrigan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we're moving into our first of two study sessions tonight. This is item 8.1. This is a study session on the seismic evaluation and facilities condition assessment report of the public library. Joining us, we have Director Kelly and the consultant team who worked on this project. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience as we get settled here. Mouse there. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Councilors, for your time today to discuss the results of the 2024 Seismic Evaluation and General Facility Condition Assessment of the Lake Oswego Public Library. Earlier this year, the city hired CEDA, an architecture and engineering firm that specializes in building assessments, to conduct this evaluation, and we look forward to sharing the results with you today. First, quick introductions. My name is Melissa Kelly, and I'm the Library Director for the City of Lake Oswego. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to our other presenters and panelists for the study session. At the table with me, I have Chris Walker, Principal Architect for CEDA, Curtis Gagner, Structural Engineer for CEDA, and Leslie Jones, Associate Architect for CEDA. And we also have additional experts available as panelists for council questions today, including our City Facilities Manager, Sean Cohn, and our lead cost estimator on the project team, Ashley Buchanan from Fortis Construction. So we're very grateful to the team for being here. Also on our project team, but not present today, our subcontractors, R&W Engineering, who performed the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing assessments, and AAI Engineering, who performed the civil engineering site assessment. We will cover all of that today. And the study session is going to cover three main areas. First, the background information regarding the library facility, including the building's origins, maintenance history, and results of previous facility need studies. Second, the CEDA team will explain the scope and methodology used by the project team to conduct the 2024 Seismic Evaluation and General Facility Condition Assessment. And third, we will review the major findings from the 2024 study. And those findings are organized into three main sections today: structural seismic deficiencies, other facility deficiencies falling under the General Facility Condition Assessment scope, and cost estimates for the scope of work identified. But first, let's cover background information. The current library building was constructed from 1982 to 1983 on the site of the previous 6,920 square foot facility. It opened in 1983, measuring in at 27,100 square feet, as it still does today. The facility was built prior to current standards for construction. It does not meet current standards, but it was designed to meet the seismic and other code requirements that were in place at the time that it was constructed. And the facility was also designed and built at a time when library services looked very differently than they do today. Voters originally approved the construction of a 35,000 square foot library in 1974, but due to both neighborhood pressure and site constraints, construction was delayed, and the library was built about 25% smaller than voters originally approved. As a result, only 5 years after it opened, a citizen-initiated council-approved task force found that the community had already outgrown the space and needed more. Over the decades since then, various studies have found that the library is too small for Lake Oswego's population size and level of usage. As a reminder, Lake Oswego residents use the library at a rate more than 3 times the national average. Notably, 3 different studies in the 2000s recommended at least 64,000 square feet for the library, more than double its current size. In the 2024 report we just received, CEDA calculated that a 77,400 square foot library facility would be appropriate for Lake Oswego's population size. Community feedback received in the past 2 community surveys continues to show that library facility needs pose barriers to library use, and that addressing those needs are a priority for Lake Oswego residents. In 2023, the city conducted a library visioning process to better understand the community's needs and vision for library services, and that feedback overwhelmingly pointed to the desire to improve access to the library. Visioning feedback also identified the community's top priorities for modern library services and spaces that should be added in the future, again recognizing that the current facility is undersized for Lake Oswego's needs and was not designed with modern library services in mind. All this history points to how hardworking our building is, doesn't it? With all the demands placed on the facility, the output per square foot that has been leveraged out of this building is remarkable, and I'm proud to recognize and express gratitude for the great job this facility has done for Lake Oswego residents for over 41 years. Truly remarkable, and also want to recognize and express gratitude for the incredible job that library staff have done to make the most of this resource. While we absolutely value all that our facility has provided to the community, the library does have structural and maintenance needs, particularly now in the latter parts of its lifespan, that require costly repairs. As we'll cover next, the city's already had to had to make sizable investments to maintain the library facility to date. Back in 2008, the city hired Sarah Architects to conduct a facility condition assessment for the library, as well as a number of other city facilities. And in 2008, we faced the same situation as we still do, that the building is too small for the population and usage of our community and not designed for modern library services. Major issues identified in the 2008 facility assessment are listed here, including seismic deficiencies, the boiler at the end of life and the HVAC units nearing end of life, the roof and deck in need of ongoing maintenance with a 5 to 8 year replacement window, roof drainage issues, failed gypcrete flooring, retaining wall leak, accessibility issues, and electrical panels at full capacity. A few other issues were identified, but those were the main ones. And over the 15 years since, we've tackled many of these issues. Notably, more than $2.5 million has been spent on facility maintenance needs at the library since 2008. To be clear, $1 million of that total was spent on modest renovations to the main floor entrance lobby, main service area, and functionality of the staff workroom. That project was in 2017 and also included repairing and in some sections replacing areas of the gypcrete flooring on the main level. But that 2017 project did not include seismic upgrades. It did include some technology upgrades, but those are not included in the costs shown here. So about $1.5 million has been spent on additional repairs, including most of the items identified by Sarah, as well as additional items listed here. For example, the generator was not identified as an issue in 2008, but did come to end of life sooner than expected a few years later and was a costly item. The photos on this slide are illustrating second floor roof leaks in the first two photos, a crane lifting roofing supplies to make repairs, a clear story window replacement, retaining wall leak impacts in the children's library story pit. Not sure how well you can see it on the screen there, but you can kind of see the wet carpet area and the damage that's been done to the wall over time by the leaks there at that retaining wall. And then the last picture shows that we have in a number of locations some gaps, sizable gaps underneath the sidewalk next to the foundation. As we've done different projects, we found some of these hollowed out areas next to the foundation. Specific to the past 5 years, some of the sizable maintenance projects have included repairing the roof. That was over $70,000 that we've spent on that in the last few years. Updating the elevator, which was over $200,000, and replacing the original boiler and all of the HVAC systems that had reached end of life, and that totaled over $230,000. But even after these investments, we continue to have issues with many of these systems in an aging building. For example, our main floor HVAC unit struggles to keep the main floor warm enough, and the second floor HVAC unit struggles to keep the second floor cool. Meeting room that we have and some offices struggle with both heating and cooling at different times of year. And it makes it challenging to serve as a reliable cooling or heating shelter for the community. And unfortunately, we do receive public complaints even after replacing those units. And our elevator has overheating issues that continue to plague us. The oil regularly overheats and stops the elevator from working. So that's another issue that we'll talk more about here today. The roof is not leaking for now. Yes, I'm so happy about that, but we have buckets and plastic sheeting on hand at all times because we've had so many leaks. All staff know where they are, and most of us have had to pull them out. There was a particularly long period of leaking near the front door a couple of years ago, and I can tell you that I had to go and empty those buckets of water multiple times per week and got brown, sludgy water on me, as did other staff multiple times. Just an example to give a little color to some of the issues. Staff also have to pour water down the drains in our HVAC room to avoid sewage smells permeating through the library. We have to do that a few times per week, otherwise those smells come up. So I think the takeaway here is that even after all of this investment over the past 15 years, there's still a sizable list of facility issues, including seismic deficiencies to contend with. Which brings us to the present. We hired CEDA to assess the current facility issues facing the library, taking into account the current seismic building code standards. And so now I'm going to turn it over to members of the project team from CEDA to describe the scope and methodology used for their 2024 evaluations before we then go into the major findings of the those reports.
In our evaluation of the building, we use the ASC 41 an evaluation procedure. And what we're doing with that is we look at two different earthquake levels. We look at a moderate-sized earthquake that has a 20% chance of being exceeded in the next 50 years. And then we also look at a much larger earthquake that has a 5% chance of being exceeded in that 50 years. And we look at the worst case of those two and determine what we need to do to the building to meet the two different standards. In the smaller earthquake that's more likely, we look at limiting the damage to the building to a moderate amount. And in the larger earthquake, our main goal is to make sure the building doesn't collapse and give people time to leave the library in a major earthquake. It should be noted that these standards of improvement do not ensure that the building will be usable after an earthquake. Our codes are designed to give people time to leave buildings and be safe exiting them. And then after a major earthquake, they require repairs, or in some cases, if the damage is too extensive, it would be more economical to replace them. But the main goal is to keep people safe during and shortly after the earthquakes. So when we look at this building, if we go to the next slide, the main portion of the building that transfers the loads from the building down into the soil is the shear walls. And in this building, like many buildings, obviously we want as much light and windows as we can. So when it was originally built, the seismic loads were quite a bit lower for design. So we have a minimal amount of walls. And on the first floor and in the basement level, in order to provide what we believe to be an adequate level of safety, we would need to upgrade those shear walls by adding additional plywood, and in a couple of cases, installing new foundations and adding one new shear wall inside the building on the south end. The next thing is transferring those loads to the shear walls. The second floor diaphragm that transfers the load from the floor into those shear walls is also lacking in capacity. And in order to bring that capacity up, we would need to go ahead and install blocking underneath the floor in between the joists and re-nail a large portion of that floor, which would require us to remove most of the gypcrete on the second floor and take all the books and bookshelves out in order to accomplish that. One of the main shear walls are all located at the stairwell, and in order to get the additional plywood in there, we would have to actually remove part of the stairs on one of the stairwells, and we would also have to move the electrical services on one level and reinstall them afterwards. But that brings us to the most fun part of this. This building has what's known as a sawtooth roof, which is where the roof goes up and down. And that does not give us a nice continuous load path for the seismic loads to get over to the shear walls and to transfer across the building. So we would end up infilling part of the clear story windows on the vertical walls of the roof. And we would end up adding a whole lot of strapping in order to make continuous lines of force transfer. And a part of the roof would also need to be uncovered and re-nailed. So it's a fairly extensive amount of work to do to seismically upgrade this building.
Okay, so Curtis kind of hit on the structural components of that. Obviously, that's one major component of this, but for most people, that's not what they see on the day-to-day. You know, the structures behind. From the architectural standpoint, we're covering the rest of the assessment, and we're hitting a lot of the components that people actually interact with. Melissa just talked about a lot of those things related to the water intrusion related to the roof, and the information of buckets and tarps and all that kind of stuff. So that comes in on the architectural side and part of what we looked at there. And you know, Curtis kind of ended with the roof. I'm going to pick up at the roof and kind of talk from there. In Oregon, obviously, we all know it rains. It's raining right now. It's the first time it's rained in a while. Hopefully you don't have any leaks when you get back to your library or anywhere else. But it's the reality of dealing with wood frame structures in Oregon. After a while, things settle, things move, that we just have to deal with that, and it's what we have to do when we look at roofs. So we have a history of water intrusion on this building, starting at the roof level. There's been corrective actions taken on that, as noted. But there's some other components of that as we look at the reciprocal impact of the seismic work that Curtis just described. As you're removing roofing materials in order to restrap, now we're having to pull off insulation that's on the roof, put down new weather barriers and new shingles. We're also looking at, as you're doing that, things like the flashings. You no longer at that point can just piece and part those components. You really need to do a full replacement of those materials because those are already showing signs of failure. As you're taking them on and off to do patches, now they actually need a full replacement. The change in roof materials at the sawtooths. When they did one of the re-roofs, each one of those slopes that went down in the sawtooths had a metal panel roofing on that. That's contributing actually further to some of the degradation that you're noticing on there because it's trapping some of the sediment in those grooves. It was installed perpendicular to the flow. The size of the drains themselves are adequate, but the unique design of this building was they've created a high point. You can kind of make it out on these, but see if I can do this here. There's a ridge underneath the hand here, and one side slopes to a drain, and the other side slopes to a roof drain and an overflow. Well, overflow should ultimately be on both sides, so that's a corrective action that would need to be taken. Within the sawtooths, part of that structural capacity that Curtis was talking about requires the infill of 2 of those windows for the clear story windows in order to transfer that load down. That actually will help us with some of the strainage issue as well. And then in just the larger mechanical well, we're just seeing a large area of relatively flat roof. Over time, those things just, with settlement, they start creating ponding. It's been patched many times. We have a roof drain and an overflow drain next to each other that are nearly identical elevations, so they don't function the same way that an overflow is supposed to. As we move to the exterior of the building, you know, this is a gorgeous building. It was done with, you know, a lot of articulation to the elevation. Well, unfortunately, articulation then means changes in planes and flashings and all those things that have to happen. When they're done at the time, they hold up really well. But after a while, things settle, things move, cracking of siding and those types of things. They just eventually have to be replaced. You couple that with the need to do the seismic upgrades related to pulling siding off to put additional sheathing, additional nailing, all those types of things. This is now your opportunity to correct other issues with the siding. Those primarily circle around openings. Flashings on this building were very minor in some areas, almost negligible for drip edges going out beyond the face of the siding. So those types of things just need to get replaced with new as you work through the trim. The beloved deck. This is a great amenity to this library, this outdoor area coming off of the second floor. You know, to be able to go outside when it's nice and enjoy a book or have a meeting, if you will, as one of the few actual communal meeting spaces within the library. But part of the issue is that this design, unfortunately, just compounded the issues of wood over wood, trapping debris and sediment that then deteriorated the wood structure even further, adding to water intrusion issues on the underside, degrading soffit panels and those types of things. You know, so what we proposed in this, if it was to be maintained, is that you would actually reframe that, create a solid surface deck coating that actually is easier to maintain, and you can bring that up to a level that's actually more accessible to more users as well, instead of an open deck system that creates, you know, your traditional outdoor deck. And also allows you to get a more traditional drain system instead of what was more or less a hidden drain underneath that deck. You actually have that exposed. It's a lot easier to maintain when you see that something's clogged versus it's hidden underneath the deck.
Can I interject for just a moment? You can see on one area here, our facilities team actually removed the decking boards, and we had to make that part of the deck inaccessible to the public so that they were able to access and clear out the water, the standing water there.
Yeah, and if you were able to zoom in, you would see that just the amount of leaves and debris in that deck, you can see that nothing's really draining through the open deck boards because they're completely clogged with sediment. Accessibility issues. This building was just designed, about 10 years or so before the ADA codes went into effect. It's just reality of what we're dealing with when we're dealing with older buildings, that they weren't designed to the same level of standards that we have today. That starts with ADA parking stalls and moving on to the building. That's the primary thing when you're dealing with ADA upgrades, is getting people to the building and through the building. Your accessible route from parking to the entry, and then within that, the public elements, namely bathrooms. So while that didn't go into effect, the previous assessments by the city did realize that there were ADA deficiencies. They had done a citywide assessment several years ago. There's been one new update to the ADA since then that, where inapplicable, that was used within our new updated code, more or less, though most of the assessment issues identified before still are there. One of the major issues that we look at are the toilet rooms. This is a high-use component of a public building like this, and they just do not meet current ADA standards. So what we looked at when we did these revised layouts as one option in order to provide cost estimating is primarily keeping the number of fixtures available. We did not lose any fixtures, which is often one way of getting more room as you remove fixtures, thus kept the same capacity, and also kept the plumbing in the same location in an attempt to try to offset some of those costs. This included toilets, sinks, and water fountains, drinking fountains. The upper level restroom was the one caveat. We just simply could not fit that in the location. We had to figure out another way of getting that plumbing there. Other issues throughout the building, mounting heights and those types of things are pretty common in the age of building, where you just got to lower things to be within reach ranges or to protect need clearance from an ADA detectable warning for those with visual impairment. Next. Melissa mentioned the elevator earlier. So this photo was taken from one of our two study days. It was either the first day or the second day. Was end of February or 1st of March, so relatively colder temperatures. It was first thing in the morning, and it was already 80 degrees in the elevator room, and it had not operated more than maybe a handful of times when we were there for staff. So as that day goes on, as the elevator is moving up and down, that hydraulic oil is moving, the temperature increases to the point, like she noted, that it will eventually shut down. So one of the things that was noted was providing proper cooling within this room to help maintain that. Just outside the elevator machine room is a primary electrical gear. It doesn't meet any of the clearance requirements for current codes, and it's also one of the walls previously identified where the shear wall nailing would have to be added, so that gear would actually have to come off in order to be put back on. And in addition, we looked at lighting upgrades, LED lighting upgrades throughout. It's just common practice for any building now. Basically, anytime you're looking at it, should we be doing LED upgrades?
Sorry, went too fast.
So cost estimation. Fortis Construction did our primary construction cost estimate. That's included within the report. That came out at just over $7.6 million for the renovations. That covers all what we call the hard costs, the construction costs. That includes 3 years of escalation moving forward at 4% per year, and contingency given the early design stage that we're looking at in this report. Beyond hard costs, there's soft costs associated with that. Those typically run in the 20 to 30% range, and they cover design costs, commissioning requirements for new energy code requirements there, permitting and entitlement fees, city charges on systems or utility charges, furniture, fixtures, equipment, low voltage, third-party inspection agencies. Also within this, you'll note there's a owner operational staff cost. What we did on this was we noted an internal budget to support this project. And this really comes in many different factors, and it could include things like an owner's representative that actually oversees the project. This is someone that could be on city staff or, actually with no additional expense to the city, but is assigning a value of that city staff from something maybe they weren't on another project. That scope of service in order to oversee the scope. In addition, that would also include library staff time throughout this project for any of the staff that is dedicated to moving in or out of the library, or as it relates to collections, circulations, physical movement of shelving, et cetera. Lastly, we've included within the overall project a separate contingency. This is an owner's contingency of 5%, and that's just to account for the unforeseen. Existing buildings have unforeseen issues with them. All told, that brings the total estimate to 9.7 to 10.5. Okay. Last one for me. Cost estimates and assumptions. So this is covering a very specific scope of work that's outlined within this report. It's to address the noted deficiencies and upgrade requirements, which is different than a wholesale renovation and modernization project. This is literally just to keep the building as it is today. This is based off of a 1-year project schedule. Of that, it's estimated 8 months of construction, 1 year being move in, move out, all those types of things. And that would cover a single phase of construction instead of a phased or a staged approach. For that, the building is assumed to be vacant by the library. Any phasing or continuous operations of the project where they have to trade off areas of upgrade while it's being occupied would actually prolong the project schedule and thus, as you can imagine, impact the cost. And lastly, this estimate does not include any moving, storage, leasing of other facilities, or other associated tenant improvements that might be needed at another temporary location.
Thank you, CETA team. In conclusion, the 2024 Seismic Evaluation and General Facility Condition Assessment Report for the library identified that the facility would require significant renovations for the structure to meet seismic performance expectations, that the building and site have significant ADA deficiencies. The building is aging and showing many signs of degradation to the building envelope, including roofing, elevated wood structures, siding, and windows. And I think it's very important to note what is included in the cost estimate and what is not. The $10 million would only address the seismic, water intrusion, ADA, and other building maintenance and upgrades identified in CETA's 2024 report, allowing the city to maintain the existing library at its current size and service capacity. In other words, the cost estimates only cover a limited scope of work to make the building as safe, dry, and accessible as is feasible given its age and design. Oh, I went too fast. It would not bring the building up to the safety standard of a new building, which needs to be noted. And again, to make those seismic retrofits, 40% of natural light from the clear story windows would be lost, and the seismic reinforcement hardware would be visible on the natural wood ceiling, which would degrade the current ambiance that we enjoy at the library. What is not included in this project scope, it would not renovate existing spaces or add amenities, nor would it increase the overall square footage of the library. It would cost significantly more to also renovate the library to modern library standards. And because the facility is already too small to add modern amenities, relative to our population size and usage, I might add, any such modernization would be limited and would be at the expense of some current library services. In other words, $10 million would not buy anything new for the community. So that concludes our prepared presentation. Thank you again, Mayor and councilors, for your time and attention. I also want to recognize and thank the CETA project team again for their work. And in the future, we will be coming back to council for your feedback and policy direction. But for today, we're available to answer any questions that you may have about this report. And thank you again.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate the work to the consultant team and the city team that worked on this. Thank you very much. Maybe give us, as we've been looking at this, we had addressed the programming needs and kind of general community sentiment towards the library through past process. And then we wanted to know what was the structural state, of just the current building, which of course this provides us with in those costs. And when we looked at the overall programming and needs of our community in regards to the library, one of the things we pointed out was that the cost, just to build a new library was expensive, as community members have pointed out as well. And so one of, in looking for solutions to address this was creative partnerships and looking at ways that we'd be able to afford a library. So in reflecting on that, and just as a reminder, do we have, even to perform these, I guess I was like basic needed structural shoring, right, of the library. I don't want to call it upgrades, but just shoring up the current library. Do we have the money to do these improvements?
We have some money in the library's carry forward budget, but it would not cover all of these costs by any means.
Pay for these
I think if you're interested in this, the first thing I would do is this, although it's a cost estimate, it's not complete, I think the consultants have said, because it doesn't include the costs of moving the library to a leased location. It doesn't include the cost of leasing. So the first thing, if you're interested in what would happen next to implement this report, I think Director Kelly and I would develop a more complete cost estimate. I mean, we'd have to develop a funding strategy. We don't have an idle $10 million available to you to direct towards any capital projects.
Right. So we're looking at some
it'd be a multi-year, you would either need to save money up.
And then it would cost more.
Yeah. Or we would need to ask for
The voters
bonds.
to- So, so when we think about this project, the library, and compared with, say, as we heard in public comment, like the wastewater treatment plant, I think, it's confusing how the city funds things, and a good reminder of how we work in buckets, right? So we're able to do a wastewater, the library is funded from the general fund, right? So this is funded from our property tax dollars that come in, and we can't raise those, right? It's a set amount, we're not getting any more. Projects like the wastewater treatment plant, they're funded by the rates we collect, right, on wastewater. So that project, that's not funded through the general fund, that's funded through the wastewater fund, all right? So I think it's important to remember, like, these are, and the wastewater fund can only be spent on the wastewater plant. So we can't spend wastewater money on the library or on parks or anything else. And it's the same how we fund the water treatment plant, right? Funded through the water rates that people pay and the staff that works there. So we're somewhat limited in what we can do with a general fund program like the library, same as parks, same as police and fire, right? They're all just funded through the general fund. So I think that's important to keep in mind as we balance out the various needs of the city, that we have various kind of revenue sources that we can only spend on certain things. And the library as a general fund program is somewhat constricted. So when we talk about things like increasing staff and whatnot, we're looking at that in the context of our entire general fund city staffing, trying to provide good wages and benefits for everyone that works here, and knowing that there is not an endless bucket of resources to just add people to operate multiple facilities. It's just not realistic. Okay, so it's good to keep all these things in mind as we're being good stewards.
And Your Honor, if you wouldn't mind, the majority of library operations, 80% of library operations is actually funded through the county's library levy. So the general fund contribution now is between $1 million and $1.5 million a year. It's because about $4 million, and
It's about 1/3 that's the city general fund and about 2/3 that is the county.
So if we were to say
library district.
double the operating costs of the library, 100% of those additional costs would have to come from the city's general fund, as opposed to being funded through the countywide library levy.
Exactly. Okay, questions from colleagues here. Councilor Raff.
Have we received an assessment for the library from any other architectural firms?
We referenced the 2008 Sarah assessment.
Currently, in this project?
No.
So CETA, how do you pronounce it?
CETA.
CETA. They're the only ones that we've had go through the space and give us an estimate on the cost.
That's correct. Yes, they were the firm we selected for this process.
I think that if we were to move forward with any of this, I think we need to get second opinions I think as a homeowner, if I'm remodeling my house, I would do the same thing.
Well, we'd go out to bid.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
This is just-
whatever we do, or if we do decide to do this, and I'm not saying I am or not, we need to make sure that we're the best financial stewards of the community, make sure we're spending the money appropriately on the right things. So, thank you.
These are intended as kind of high-level estimates, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Councilor Boo?
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to address, again, there's a lot of confusion sometimes in the public. Sometimes maybe folks, they do it on purpose or they ignore certain rules. The city council does not govern or make any decision on the public schools. I think everybody knows that there are two government bodies. The school district is led by the school board that's elected like we are elected. So we cannot close a school. That confusion is at best very dishonest to say that we are closing a school. I would never participate in closing. I'm an educator. I have schools and I run schools. So it's not us to close or open a school. We are looking for a facility for our library. We all know we have to be honest between us as people of Lake Oswego. We are 20 people here. If we go ask the majority of Lake Oswego, they want a library. What is out there is not a library that suits our community. This is the truth. It's 27,000 feet. You all recognize, why we don't move it to the adult community center. But if we do, we are taking away something that folks are enjoying. I am representing the city with the 50 advisory board. Go tell them that. They won't be happy. So we tend to be very in a fighting mode when we work for the same goal. We are all from Lake Oswego. We want what is good. We should stop fighting each other and try to find how can we do this together. We all know we need a library. Everybody knows that. The library is not a good library. I have been to, people talk about Tigard, Beaverton. I have been to all those places. We, as a matter of fact, with the library director and some city members, we did a tour of the libraries here around. Lake Oswego comes the last in all ways, in size, in equipment, and in everything. Melissa was with us on that trip. You went and you see libraries of communities that are not. My brother and friend John is saying that we are an A-type community, but our library does not reflect that. That's the truth. Even though it's used, people use it very well. I support the building of a library. It's my position. Someone think otherwise. It's okay, but we should not finger pointing that we are the bad folks. It's my position. I think the library is something we need to rebuild. This is my position, and where are we going to build it? That's another problem. People who are talking about the way we are handling the funds, try to manage two sides. If you build a library here, you build another one there, you're going to double or at least 1.5 times the staff. How are you going to pay them? This is money. So it's better to consolidate all the things. The city hall was not here some years ago. Some people think that we did the wrong thing. Why did you destroy that building? Why in name of ecology? Go ask the chief of police if what they have is not better than what we had before. So we have just to minimize and relativize what we are saying. That I have my position, others have position. No one has the has more patriotism or love Lake Oswego more than the others. We all want to do what is right. And we all do it on the way we think it's right. People have the right to differ, but we have to do it in a way that we don't just say, whoa, shame on you, you are closing a school. No one in here on this dais is closing a school. We don't have that power. We have to tell that, very loudly so people know that. And that's what I wanted to say. And I think, the discussion for the library should continue. We have to talk, like as neighbors. The people, I would be mad if I lived at First Edition that, wow, you were moving the library, why? And I would fight for that. People also, and it's everywhere. But at the end, we all will realize that, wow, that was what was best. Look at this building out there. How many times people gave me petition to sign for not this thing to happen. But now look, all Lake Oswego is going there, getting a beer or buying ice cream or something. It's just, we just have to be better neighbors, folks. That's what I just want to, and I'm not giving lesson to anybody. I just want to calm down, all of us. We will come to a solution. We are Lake Oswego. We always rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah. Councilor Winland.
Since the A-team is here with the construction and fixing things, I just wanted to find out, when you look at the library, and if you did the improvements, what would be the life of the building then? Are you looking at, we'd get another 10 or 20 years or 50 years out of it?
What would be the life of the building, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at building life in that 40, 50 type range. We're not doing anything shorter than that. That's tenant improvement level stuff at that point. So we're looking decades down the road as improving that life.
Okay, but
that means you have to make sound decisions on those materials that are going to provide for that 50 years versus something that's only going to be a 10-year fix.
Right. So the library was built 41 years ago, and so we're having all these issues. I kind of look at, and I agree, I think you have to look at it, it's kind of like getting a, what's a guarantee on a 50-year roof? 25 years, kind of, I mean, there's kind of a time frame, and I guess I'm trying to figure out, after we've peeled apart other public buildings, including schools, and even we had our city hall next door, and when you really started to peel things out, you didn't do any core samplings to make sure we don't have mold and things in the library, is that correct?
Correct. This was a visual assessment versus a destructive or core sample testing.
And in your years of experience in these projects, do you usually find unforeseen items when you do the outside visual inspection versus once you kind of get involved in the nitty-gritty, once you start taking the building apart and doing these corrections, do you usually find mitigating circumstances that is more than the 5% contingency?
I think given the size of this building and how much was going to be opened up, the 5% is why we put that in there. But yeah, you're going to find unforeseen conditions. Curtis on the structural side has definitely seen his share of things where cars run into a building and someone just plywalled over it. As soon as you are then doing the modifications, like what the heck happened here? And now you have to fix it because you unearthed it. Right. So we don't know what you're going to unearth, but we feel like the study that was done was a good study to understand kind of what the structure of this building is and what it would need in order to continue moving forward as it is.
And so from the structure that's built now, is there a higher cost if we wanted to rearrange and do an interior remodel versus starting from new?
So if we rearrange without adding or modifying the structural elements, then yes, you're going to have a cost that's essentially the same as if you were just doing a major tenant improvement remodel. If we fill in those openings in the second floor, that would add significant changes to the structural, because at that point we're adding a lot of mass to the building, and the seismic forces are based on a percentage of the mass of the structure. So if we start doing structural things like filling in those holes, then we would have, the seismic upgrades would become more extensive.
Right. So I've served in the public for a fair amount of time in Lake Oswego, and it always seems like the projects, and I think you guys have done a great job of estimating, and if it's around 10 million, I would say that the number is probably exceeds that, based on my experience.
Never comes under.
What?
Never comes under.
It just never comes under, yes, that's for sure. But at least that's a good baseline. I think that's helpful to know. One thing that I heard one statement, there's a lot of testimony, and I just want to get one number straight. In the sewer treatment plan that we have, the number that we're quoting is a operating expense for 30 years as well. So the actual construction, just so everyone is straight, is not $600 million. In fact, a majority of that is the operating expenses over the course of the 30 years. So the actual capital expenditure is more about 100 to 200, what is it? About 190 million, so about 200 million. So just so that people get the right ratios.
Being paid for within the existing rate structure.
Right, correct. And that's paid out of different buckets. I guess the big picture is, after your assessment, we would basically have a nuts and bolts library that we have today that will last another 20, 30 years without significant investment after that. Because I just look at, we had to invest in new systems, new infrastructure, all kinds of things over the course of time. We would have to do that again. Is that right with our current library?
You would still have the ongoing maintenance costs that you have on any building. So over the next 40 or 50 years, they should be significantly lower than the $2.5 million that we've spent in the last 15 years, but there still will be ongoing maintenance that has to be done. You still have to maintain your exterior siding and make sure that your windows are not, if you defer maintenance, eventually it all adds up to the point where it becomes a lot more expensive in the end. But by doing this upgrade and taking care of all the known problems that we have, then those maintenance costs should be quite a bit smaller on an ongoing basis, as long as they're kept on top of them.
Okay. But you still have exactly the same product that you have?
Yeah, at the end of this project, the library would look essentially the same as it does today and have essentially the same services. There would be a little bit of removal of ADA barriers. The bathrooms would function a little bit better, and some of the serviceability of like the elevator would be corrected so that it would function better. But the average person would probably not notice a whole lot of difference to the library after it was reopened.
Okay. So my assessment is that we would have the same inadequate library that we've identified through the library study in better shape. So is that pretty much a fair assessment?
I believe that to be accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Whelan. Councilor Corrigan.
Library, not that long ago, we were made aware of a sewage odor. Does that related to the bathrooms? Would that be solved with?
No, it's related to the HVAC drain area. So I don't believe it would be resolved with the scope of work that has been identified here.
I don't remember that one coming in on the plumbing side.
Spend all that money and it still smells bad.
We have that really high-tech solution of pouring water down the drains a few times a week, and our administrative assistant has that on her calendar to do. So that's our current solution to keep those smells at bay.
Sounds to me like it's a trap primer that's just not being enough water being maintained in it. So if we find a nearby plumbing fixture, you can easily have a trap primer pulled off of that, and it's probably not a significant cost as it relates to this overall assessment.
Okay.
But one of those things that fall into the construction contingencies that listed under Fortis's side that accounts for, the very preliminary nature of the study.
Thank you for that. The other question that I had was, of all these issues, what is the most imperative? The seismic safety risk is concerning. How would you characterize
Seismic
that?
safety is definitely a concern. I think where one of your biggest exposures is on ADA.
So that's an exposure to human life?
It's more of a liability.
Yeah, it's anybody that's kind of been watching the news or reading the papers, they know about studies that are people that are going out that are looking for these types of deficiencies in filing lawsuits. So that would be a concern. It's a real issue that needs to be addressed to make, especially a library, accessible to the entire public that it's serving.
From an actual safety to the public, wood frame buildings perform reasonably well in a seismic event. They spread the loads out between the elements. This particular building has some detailing in it that doesn't really allow it to spread the loads out very well. So on a medium-sized earthquake, probably still not have any real significant life safety issues. We would have quite a bit of building damage. But when you start talking about that larger earthquake that has a 5% chance of, in the next 50 years, that's the one where the building would have significant damage and a possibility of life safety hazards. So, it's one of those things where we would like all buildings to be built so they would withstand that 9.0 off the coast, but we know that it's not realistic to upgrade every building out there. It really boils down to risk tolerance. This building is 40-some years old. It was built with detailing before we started really doing more stringent detailing on the seismic. So there is a higher level of risk to this building than a comparable new building for whether we have that 9.0 earthquake in the next 10 years or 100 years from now. We really just don't know. And that's really what it boils down to is we have to decide how safe we want our buildings to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Corrigan. Councilor Afghan.
Mr. Mayor, first, a disclosure that their civil engineer, AAI, is owned by my brother. I was not involved in the selection process or awarding the contract or any of that, so I don't consider myself having a conflict of interest here. So now I have several questions.
I thought you looked familiar.
When I divide $10 million to 27,000 square feet, I come up with $370 a square foot for just doing basic upgrade, seismic upgrade and roofing and those kind of things. Any idea, rough order of magnitude, what is the dollar per square foot for a new library?
Have someone here who can help answer that question.
I call it rough order of magnitude. That means it's plus minus 30%, so we're not going to grab onto that number, but it's good to know where we are.
Yeah, they can vary quite dramatically. We're right now building a couple facilities for the Multnomah County Library System that's undergone a massive bond measure, and a couple of those facilities, brand new libraries, can be in the $800 to $1,200, $1,400 per square foot, all in with hard and soft costs. So it can be significant. Now, if you can build small communities are building libraries all over the United States that are very small, simple wood frame, single structure libraries for significantly less. We recognize that, but all new libraries in Multnomah County are in the $1,000 or more range for sure.
Okay. This question is for the structural engineer.
Yes.
As I looked at some of the pictures and read some of the presentations, my concerns went up that we have these big gaps in the foundations and we have rain and water in the structure, and being 41-year-old building.
So the picture with the gap underneath the sidewalk, that is at the north entry at the parking lot when they were doing a remodel of the canopy over that area.
Okay.
That is, there's a concrete retaining wall around the light well there, and that sidewalk is outside that retaining wall. And when they had that opened up, and I believe that they actually filled under that sidewalk, and I'm pretty sure that what we had there was a broken drain pipe at one point, that it was actually eroding under that sidewalk behind the retaining wall a little bit. Going around the rest of the building, where we could see the foundations, we were not seeing cracking in the foundations. There was a crack in the retaining wall at the loading dock where there's a large pine tree right behind the wall, and we're recommending to remove that pine tree. But overall, the concrete walls themselves that we could see did not appear to be having major issues.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I find myself in this predicament that we have a library. We have to spend $10 million to just get it where it's supposed to be, nothing more. And if we spend $10 million, that's a lot of money. And do we go $15 million so we have the new plumbing fixtures and the carpet and the windows, and where do we draw the line?
Right.
At the same time, if we're talking when there is a conversation about a new library, the new library is going to be 10 years from now. By the time we go through the conversations and figure out funding, design, it's like, our job is vision. What's our vision and when is that going? So we have a library, we could have a new library. This is $15 million. We can't just shut down the library. Our city needs a library. So it's a very interesting situation that Director Kelly, thank you so much for bringing this over. We have to have a conversation about how do we do this. And as Councilor Wetland says, I don't think this is going to stop at 10 million.
No.
I think by the time we find, and we have experience up here, that by the time we find all the problems, it's going to be a lot more.
Well, that's right. And it is kind of a compound decision because obviously we're in no position to do anything this year or the next year, right? So we have the long-term decision to make, but then still a short-term decision to make no matter what. Because even if we were to build a new library, like you said, that is many, many years down the road, and we still have the current facility, and so kind of addressing the most pressing needs in the short term, depending on what the long-term plan is a.
But the big decisions are made, I mean, that's why we're paid so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why we get $50 a month. Yes, Councilor Burdick.
I think I just want to kind of go off of what my colleagues have said. And I think it's really important to note that this is just doing, again, just kind of the minimal amount that needs to be done. It's not going to give us extra square foot inside. There's obviously no way that we can expand just based on its location. It's not giving us more parking. So really, the price actually really concerns me. And I also believe that there's probably a lot that hasn't been unearthed in that building. What's going on, to Councilor Wendland and Afghan's point. I think whenever you're dealing with an existing structure, I always say there's always the O, and I won't say it because we're in the council meeting, but very seldom with an older building do we not have, I'm not going to say it.
John will say it.
We're not, so I just, again, I think this is almost like absolutely nothing goes wrong, best case scenario. This is the cost we're dealing with. And it's not giving us, again, any space planning. It's not getting us any new spaces. It's not, we are growing, maybe slowly, but we are growing as a community. And at a certain point, I think that level of satisfaction that our amazing library staff has been able to maintain in a very confined space is going to start going down. And we're going to kind of lose those returns in time. So that's one of my concerns about, if we stay in the same location without being able to kind of gain some of those new features of a library. Or even just maintain status quo. I think at a certain point, we're not going to be able to do that. So that's one of my concerns for our community when we say we want to, we're an A+ community. I'm not sure how long our library is going to be able to maintain that A+ status in terms of the services that they're offering. And I do feel when you go and you look at all these new libraries around the country, around our community, or outside our community in the region, there are specific spaces that we're missing. And so I don't think we're going to be able to be able to achieve the library of the future if we stay where we are currently. And, I just also want to note, I don't say this lightly about an existing building. As most of you know, I am a preservationist. I do believe the greenest building is already built, but sometimes you have to say, this building has lived its life. It's time to move on. And that's, especially hearing just from a visual inspection, everything about this library, knowing how challenging it is to function in it on a daily basis, what we're asking our library staff to do, what we're asking, we're having maintenance, having to spend more time on this building when they could be elsewhere. I think it's definitely something that as a community, we need to continue this discussion. We need to look at what are long-range possibilities. Again, we've had a possible, site for relocation. We are far from that even being a possibility. That's up to the school district to even say that, yes, this is even a possibility. And then once it's a possibility, we have a lot more discussion as a community. So this decision is by no means being made here tonight. It's by no means been made. It's going to be a long process, and while we do that, we will need to kind of address some of these concerns about the building today. We don't need to do that tonight, but I think this is really helpful for us to get, thinking what needs to be done, start prioritizing, and kind of considering what are the different options. So thank you all very much for this information. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot of information to share, and just really appreciate all your hard work.
Yeah, I second that, and we can recognize too that the library is been an integral part of the First Edition neighborhood for a long time. Before its current iteration, there was another library there in that same spot. So for generations, that building has been there, and it's not lightly that we address looking at the needs of that library and really understanding how, like Councilor Booth said, if I was a neighbor in First Edition, I'd feel very endeared, especially, to that library. But we have to be honest to the long-term needs of the whole community and the good financial decisions of the whole community. But it's nothing that we look at lightly. It's nothing that we do callously. It's something that we have to look at, though, very honestly and take the feedback that we receive from neighbors all across the community in making these long-term facilities decisions that really impact everyone in the community and the entire library service area. So I hear our neighbors from First Edition that came tonight. Of course. Who would come from the neighborhood and say, move the library further away? No one's going to say that, right? But we got to be honest to the feedback that we heard, that accessibility is the #1 issue for our library patrons. And accessibility is different if you live next door to the library than if you're coming from across town. And we got to look at, too, it's hard because it's conflicting information, right? People are so endeared to the library. So it ranks extremely high in satisfaction. And square that with the fact that it structurally, has issues, and that we know, even though people love, when they go there, they love what they get, it's not really meeting the full potential of this particular community. And it's hard to compare it to other communities that are half our size, that don't have the same circulation, that the parking's constrained in a major way, and that we really can't. We could probably build a little bigger on that site, because we know the original plans were for a little bigger, but people didn't want it that size. But it could be a little bigger, but it can't ever be the size, at least as I understand it. I mean, we could probably make something work no matter what. We will do what we have to do to make something work, but it wouldn't be the optimum array of services for, again, a service district of our size, and that utilizes the library in the way that we do. And we got to recognize too the limitations of this, because I do hear these the survey things being tossed out when we ask, and people don't know because not everyone takes a survey, right? It's a random survey, and we ask these questions. It's just multiple choice, no data. Don't say what would you do, and here's a lot of information on which to prioritize capital improvements within the city. We just say, what would you prioritize, and give a list. So it's good kind of information for the council to have, like of a survey taker's knee jerk, to what they would prioritize. But we don't tell parents that, well, did you know that when you have your kid in the subterranean basement of the library, that library isn't structurally sound, and now what's your improvement? We just don't give people, I mean, that's not the point of the survey, right? That's the point of the council, is to look at the data and discern from the information that's available holistically, including these information points. But it's not an end-all be-all. We don't make decisions via survey. Otherwise the job would be very easy if we did that. But it's good information.
We'd also have to have a lot of money.
We'd have to have a lot of money. And I think that's when we look at the options before us, which is to fortify the existing structure, knowing those limitations, to rebuild the existing structure, knowing that we can't produce the square footage they're needed, and then knowing that would be its own large bond, unless there's some miracle funding that becomes available, maybe another pandemic or something, I don't know. And that we have to get creative if we're going to do anything really meaningful beyond just fortifying the existing structure. But it all depends on other factors, and it may be the situation that we're left in. So more work and discussion to come on all of this.
Can I ask one question?
Of course.
It's more of an operational question. I was unaware that the library closed at 7. Do we have budget money to do longer hours for the?
That's a great question. The library is currently open 54 hours per week. It's correct that we do currently close at 7 p.m. We had been open until 9 p.m. prior to COVID. And when the pandemic shut things down, and afterward when we started opening back up, we were slowly expanding hours, got to 7 p.m., and we're meeting the majority of needs. We have heard a little bit of input from the community wanting those additional hours, but honestly, most of the folks we've heard from, they're speaking about, I think that the youth want this. It's not that they themselves are wanting to come at those hours for the most part. So we heard very little requesting those hours to be reinstated. But what we did identify is a very large need for outreach. And so what we've done is we've taken those hours. We had been open 65 hours a week before COVID. We've taken those 11 hours per week and done something else. So now we, as you know, have launched our Rover pop-up and our outreach services. We're expanding outreach. So while our building hours have been reduced from what the community was able to enjoy pre-COVID, we are utilizing those hours to serve the folks that cannot get to the library and cannot be served by the building. So that's a strategic decision that we've made. We have been looking at adding back some of those hours. Honestly, the 7 to 9 p.m. is still the least desirable from what we have heard from the community. They're more interested in the 5 to 6 p.m. Friday, Saturday, Sunday being restored first. Mm-hmm. But at this point, we do have a limited operating budget and limited staffing, and we have utilized those hours to expand those outreach services and start up that program to be able to reach even more residents.
Do you hear anything you have the teen advisory board?
Yes.
In addition to the teens that serve on the library advisory board. Are you hearing anything hours-wise from them?
We haven't, that I'm aware
For
of.
what it's worth, the youth that we engage with, I mean, they are the ones that really point to the barriers of accessing the library, period.
Yeah, I will say that if we had the modern library spaces that they would want to study in, then they would want those later hours.
Yeah.
I do believe that is true.
Yeah.
And if we're going to restore hours, I will also say that we're going to want Melissa to make data-driven decisions.
Of course.
So I understand that some folks want to come, their slowest hours pre-pandemic were between 7 and 9 p.m., which is why they haven't restored those hours. I will nag her for the 5 to 6 o'clock hour on Fridays so I can get there and get my stuff. But that would just be my own personal data point. I mean, now I'm being
You could
facetious.
probably get a key.
I guess the other thing, do you mind if I ask them one question? Is it possible to segregate the ADA cost estimates from the rest? Because it's, to Councilor Afghan's point, regardless of what happens with any other project, we're going to be living in this building for 7 to 10 years. And if we have significant accessibility problems, I would suggest we at least entertain a question about, can we meet standards for disability access? And we could contemplate that as part of the budget process. I would also say to you, don't make any decisions about this outside of the budget process, because you do need to weigh your other capital projects. And then last but not least, I'll say you actually are addressing through your council goals all of the other capital investment questions that got raised during the survey. You increased your investments in pathways. You're investing in paving. You've got a council goal related to the South Shore Fire Station. So I understand sort of where you heard community feedback, but what I like about all of you is that you're addressing everything on that list. But if it's all right with you, I think we would like to give you a cost estimate of the ADA improvements.
Yes,
Okay.
We do have that available if you'd like us to briefly cover
let's
it.
not deal with it tonight, but let's bring that back as part of a larger conversation next time we talk to the
It is
council.
detailed in the attachment if you'd like to look for it, and
There
we
were
can
so
definitely come
many
back.
attachments,
I know,
Melissa.
I know.
I just
Right.
there.
Thank you for your
Okay,
patience with
thank
all of
you.
that paper.
Councilor
Once,
Rapp.
once you get past 177 pages, no, I'm just kidding.
I'm going to fully admit, I have never been in favor of doing anything with the library. Just lay it out there. I think you all know that already. But I think that we're asking the wrong question, or we've been asking the wrong question. And I loved what Councilor Boop said and what Mayor Buck said, which is, one, everybody complaining about, oh, well, you're paying for this and not paying for that, and just understanding, I think most of the city and the community could probably benefit from an hour session with our finance team about how a city works. And so that was great. The mayor talking about, all the choices we have to make. And I think that's really important for people to understand. And so when I said, I don't think we're asking ourselves the right question, I love surveys. I love data. But data, I'm not saying anybody's doing it, but data can be shown any way you want it to be. And, I truly don't believe that the entire community weighed in on the importance of what they thought the library was. I think people that cared about the library made their voices heard. But I can guarantee you, the majority of the people in Lake Oswego probably didn't even know about it, or if they didn't bother talking or giving their input. And so when I talk about what the bigger question is, we will never be able to afford, just with the money we have, to do even the minimal amount. And so we're talking about a bond. And what that means is every single one of us in the community is going to pay a little bit to make it happen. And so then the real question is, shocker, is if we have to go to a bond, what would this community want us to pay for the most? Is it the library? I doubt it. I think that if you gave them a choice of, would you like every street in Lake Oswego paved brand new and all the power lines buried? That would probably be up there. Would you like us to add more, playing fields and parks? That might be up there. Would you like us to acquire more property in Lusher Farms to prevent the urban growth, to protect the urban growth boundary? Probably. There's so many other things that people want us to spend money on. So that's the question we need to ask ourselves. I personally don't think the library is high on that list.
How often do you go to the library?
When my kids were young, all the time.
How often do you go now?
None.
Okay.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
Is there's a lot of people in my situation, in my age, where when we had kids, we went there because, my wife or I were staying at home.
I know.
Hold on. You open the box, now you're going to have to hear it. So, but that's my point is that the people that aren't consumers of a library, it's not top of mind. And so they're not going to be involved they're not going to be pulled into the survey.
But I guess the thing is.
You can say that about anything.
100%.
So I think you're correct. That's an important question to ask. So I don't want to push back on that, but I think we have to be very careful when we're saying.
People don't care about the library.
People don't.
No. Hold on. Don't put words in my mouth. That's not what I said. I said that's not everybody cares about the library and getting it rebuilt.
But not everyone cares about everything.
You're right.
Yeah.
So we have the big question is, if we're going to spend a ton of money and ask people to pay for it, we need to make sure that we're doing the greatest good.
The challenge is you can't just not spend any money on this building.
Yes, that's what I.
And so I think when you're contemplating this as a council, that is exactly the question you want to contemplate, is what is and people don't want to pay for sewage treatment plants either. I mean, candidly, I don't want to, and I run the city. So there's a lot of things that we have a responsibility, and we have this asset in our portfolio, and we have to be good stewards of it. And we know, because of the data that we have, that we need to make a significant investment. The question for you all is where and under what circumstances do you want to make the investment?
Yes.
Yeah, we have to do something.
Nothing is not an option.
Nothing is always an option.
Yeah.
It's whether or not you're willing to take risks.
Sooner or later, this building is actually going to become if we continue to defer significant investments and upgrades in the existing building, sooner or later, this building is going to be top of mind.
And so if that is a great example, and frankly, that's what we've done to every single one of our roads in the city too.
Okay, it's great. It's great. Councilor Afghan and then Councilor Boop.
All right, I think Councilor Raff is saying, let's go out with a $1 billion bond and take care of everything.
Right.
Okay. I have a question for you, and if you don't have the answer, it's okay, take an action item and get back to us. If I look at this as what we were talking about, do something, do nothing, do everything. If I look at this as a business decision, if we take out the seismic upgrade, I understand seismic upgrade is safety concerns and we have to do something, but I want to separate the two. Seismic upgrade versus everything else that, whether it's ADA or roofing or siding, what is that amount? And what is the deterioration rate that we would see? For example, if that ends up being $4 million right now, with the deterioration, the problems we have, next year the problem is going to be $5 million. The following year is going to be $6 million. So like a business decision, I can say, well, Mr. Mayor, this is a big problem because every year it's going to be $1 million more. We got to intercept it. But if it's going to be $100,000 a year deterioration rate, then that's a different conversation. So right now I'm sitting here and I go, well, if we're going to do ADA, should we do the roofing? Should we do the flashing? Where do we draw the line to stabilize the deterioration is on my mind right now. Does my question make sense?
It makes sense, and I think it's incredibly hard to quantify deterioration costs. I think maybe a bigger question is, once you start, where do you stop?
Yes.
Because you start pulling on that thread. It's like, I could not sit here and tell you to re-roof that building without telling you to do the seismic portion of that roof with a straight face. Because you could re-roof that and address certain things with the membrane and the water intrusion, but you're going to take it back off to do the seismic when you go to do that piece.
Yep.
So you got to take one and understand what the reciprocal impact of the other is. There are components that you can do as one-offs. Yeah, you can go do your ADA parking stalls, not touch anything else, and you're going to meet one of those liability components that you could take off and not worry about. And then it's just a seal coat every few years and make sure your signs are standing straight up and paint, as you need to. Those types of costs are going to be very minimal at the end. But once you come into that building, you're going to start understanding, like, okay, as I do this piece, What did I just touch that was on his report that I should have also done? Or vice versa, what was in the seismic that I'm going to go ahead and do, but now I have to do something on the other side?
I think it's a complex question to answer, but it's not a hard question to answer, if that makes sense. You have to show us that you can do the roofing and prevent the water from coming in from the roof, but if you do this, then when you seismically upgrade the building, you have to redo this again. So we can maybe prioritize what are the things that we can do right now without spending $10 million, at the same time, maybe preventing some of the deterioration. Okay,
Yeah, okay, thank you, Councilor Afghan. And then last comment very short comment. From
First of all, I think when I hear folks in the audience like asking the going to 9 p.m., it's what we were doing. COVID, we are out of COVID. I think we should go back to those hours because it seems like the people are asking for it. If it's possible, we have to do it up until 9 o'clock and people get their stuff. That's the other thing is what of the audience member said, that Einstein, who's one of my favorite guys, said, ask for the library. And I think it's not a library anymore, it's a community center. So councillor, you're not going to the library, but when we build a community center, you'll go. Because it's more than a library. You can go do a business meeting with people from China by using some rooms. So it's no longer, what we want is not a library. We want to build a community center that's bigger than just go get books. Everybody can get a book now from here, but not everybody can gather, do certain things in what we want to build. That's the, that's why. Yeah.
Good point, that's right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the good discussion, comments. Director Kelly and team, thank you very much for the great report.
Thank you very much for your time and questions, and look forward to talking with you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a brief recess before the next study session. Okay, we are back in order. Our next study session, this is item 8.2. It's an update on the urban and community forest plan. Joining us is Director Numanalu and our city consultant arborist, Morgan Holland. And then we have a couple folks joining us from DUDEC on Zoom as well. So good evening. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. As the mayor said, I'm Jessica Numanalu, the Community Development Director, and this is Morgan Holland, our City Consulting Arborist. Joining us via online are Ryan Allen and Cameron Stecky of DUDEC, who are the project consultants for the Urban and Community Forestry Plan. They will be doing the presentation remotely this evening, and we have asked for your focus on certain elements of the Urban and Community Forestry Plan that have been revised since your last study session on February 20th. And so I will kick it over to Ryan and Cameron to make the presentation, and then we look forward to your questions, feedback on the revisions that have been made. As Mr. Allen will discuss, this is our last study session. We've been going at this for about a year now, so we're nearing the end of this project, and this is your last study session before the public hearing to adopt the plan on June 18th. So with that, I will pass it over to DUDEC.
Great. Thank you. Thumbs up if the presentation looks good for everyone.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Again, my name is Ryan Allen. I work with DUDEC in our urban forestry team, and I'm glad to be back to help present some of our updates on the project. Just a brief overview of what we'll be covering today. Some of the new additions and revisions to the vision statement, updated key findings, the strategic plan, implementation plan, monitoring plan, and then what's next. And wanted to, let you all know that, so we previously presented to you all back in March. We received your comments and feedback. We received additional public comment. We had a meeting with our technical advisory committee and another commission. And so all those edits and comments have been addressed and incorporated in different ways as appropriate into this recent update. Just kind of some of the general themes from those, from the comments, some of the bigger picture items. Definitely more information was requested on climate change, pests and diseases, and their impact on the urban forest in Lake Oswego. Wanting to see some updates to the strategic plan and identifying costs, timeframes, and prioritizing actions within that. Updating tree permit data and including that in the discussion. And then finally, a need for more public education on urban forestry issues. So we will go through this and with those kind of bigger themes in mind. So what has been added since the last time that we spoke with you all? On this slide, we've added an executive summary. The vision statement is updated. Key findings are updated. We included some additional text on wildfire and mountain park fuels reduction project information. Again, the tree permit data is now included in this recent update, as well as updates to the strategic plan and those items. So a new vision statement. The previous vision statement, I'll just read it out here. The city of Lake Oswego's community forest is well maintained, protected, and a sustainable forest ecosystem that is resilient to climate change and invasive species and contributes to Lake Oswego's thriving community now and into the future. And so based on your feedback and the other feedback that we received from the public, the new revised vision statement reads, Lake Oswego's urban forest is a sustainable ecosystem that harmoniously balances nature and urban life, is resilient to the effects of climate change, and is managed as an essential an environmental, economic, and cultural asset that contributes to the health and happiness of all of our community, of all members of our community. Just to go over some of the updated key findings. The items in white are were carried over from the first draft that you saw. The items in blue are the updated and added key findings. So we included a discussion or key finding in a following discussion on the city's tree code and needing more clear and objective standards. Item 5 has been added, where we add a discussion on climate change impacts like increased heat and severe storms, and how that is impacting the urban forest. We have a discussion, another one related to climate change on with climate change and changing conditions, there's an increase in invasive plants and pests and a need for an active management program to keep those at bay. Most of the citywide tree canopy cover is on private property, approximately 80%. And highlighting this to show that private property owners play a very critical role in urban forestry in Lake Oswego and maintaining a healthy tree canopy cover. And then finally, the threats to the short and long-term health of the sustainability of the urban forest are not really fully understood by community members, and there needs to be some more specific information related to those topics. While, like it says in item 9, people are very much active and engaged in value trees, there's a gap in educating the public. All right, what you will find within the strategic plan. First, just to go back, our 5 guiding principles in the strategic plan have stayed the same, which you can see before you. Within the strategic plan, what we heard from those our meetings was needing to have the actions that are related to the different guiding principles, that they need to have a time frame of when those are going to happen. And so you can see on the right, we've added that time frame category. Ongoing represents things that are currently happening and should continue to happen. Short term are 1 to 5 year goals. Medium is 5 to 10, and long term will be 10 plus. The implementation plan had a lot of work done to it as well. We took all of the action items and those assigned timeframes and categorized them by those timeframes, but also within each of the timeframes, we prioritized which actions should be considered to look at first. And ultimately, this is a guideline. And documents like this, like we're doing now, will need to be reviewed and updated into the future to make sure that the priorities that are listed now are still the priorities for the city in years to come. And I do want to make sure I highlight one specific action that we are wanting to make sure we get some feedback from the council on, and that's action 2S, which discusses actions of a need for hiring an urban forester or potentially a consultant to fill that role, and that should be discussed in your staff report. And this was an action that was based on feedback from public and boards and commissions, and it's a new update that we wanted to get your feedback on tonight. And one more new addition is the monitoring plan. For the project, we used a community goal setting and assessment tool that was developed by the U.S. Forest Service, and it's based off of several years of research on what criteria and indicators, or what criteria and indicators go into a sustainable urban forest. And so based off that, they created this 28-question survey that has a city rate where they currently are on a scale of poor to excellent, and where you would like to be. And so your total current score reflects our assessment of where things are at now. The goal is reflecting where you would like to be, and then your gap is how far you have to go. I would like to point out that a score of 60 is pretty great. Most programs are struggling to make the teens. So a score of 60 is a very good starting place for you and your community. Great thing about this is because it is numerical based, you can go back and it's very easy to track your progress over the years by retaking the assessment. Okay, so what's next? This is the full calendar of full schedule of events and what we've done to get to this point. So just wanted, to recap that a lot of work has gone into this over the last year. There's been a lot of presentations to boards, commissions, working with the technical advisory committee, outreach to the community, focus groups and study sessions. So a lot of thought and input has gone into this point. So we are in that May column on our May 21st meeting, and the next time we see you all would be to have the final version of the updated plan presented and approved. So again, just to reiterate, the main areas that we're hoping to get your feedback on are one, the vision statement. Next are the key findings, the strategic plan, and then finally the implementation plan items. And with that, I'll stop my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there, I appreciate all your work product here that you've been working on for such a long period of time, and the community members who engaged. One spoke to us earlier and said, the plan is really good, and they got most things, but not everything. Maybe what's a kind of a minority report, if you will, on the plan? What were some of the things that didn't make it in the plan?
Gosh. Well, when we got we got a lot of public comments, and some of them were very value-based. And I don't want to call out specific comments, but there are things that certain people thought should be in the plan that
sure
didn't make it, and we didn't get council direction to do that. So and we did provide the list of comments that we received from the various boards and commissions, including the council feedback and the public. So I apologize, I should have been ready to answer this question, but I think we captured most of what folks wanted, but I think it's hard to make any plan absolutely perfect. But I don't know if I don't want to put you on the spot.
Having a hard time thinking of it too.
Yeah, or if the consultant has any.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I would think it would jump out at you if it was a big one. I mean, obviously there's going to be little things here and there, but there was really nothing major that was.
I cannot think of anything major that we got feedback on that was completely, omitted.
A big blow up? No. Okay.
There is some discussion in there because there was a lot of talk about wildfire, and I think we need to be careful because this is not a wildfire protection plan. We have that in a separate document. So, I think maybe some people maybe wanted to see more covered on wildfire, but we did make some changes, and we do have quite a few actions that address the types of strategies that are outlined in the wildfire protection plan, the Clackamas County Wildfire Protection Plan. So we do have a number of actions that support that plan.
Okay. Is there, while I'm waiting for my colleagues in the queue, is there, I had some questions on responsive to the items here. I think, well, first, in general, the plan is really good. And we have, I mean, I think you're really responsive to our input, to the community input, and was really pleased with most everything on there. It seems, just to clarify, the next step is, and I saw we had the current budget numbers in there, but it seems like we really need to take, like, can we take this plan and from it form a budget and a list of action items, or even if we need to bring engage someone to do even that work, I don't know, or if there's existing, just to really look at, because that seems to be the first thing, including the forestry position, whether that's a position within the city or a contract position, or just looking at, and then aside from kind of the policy related, doing the different action items, putting different plans together, doing the tree inventory and all of that, some of the manual labor work, I guess, that's currently budgeted, what are the gaps? Like, is that wholly sufficient to cover the work that needs to be done, or are there gaps there? And what would those gaps be? Is that kind of?
Yeah, there are a number of gaps. I mean, we engaged the Public Works Department in particular. There were a number of items that they would need to assist with, and they just don't have the current staffing or ability to, or the resources to be able to do those. I mean, that's what a plan is. If we just put in everything that we could already do, then we wouldn't need a plan. That's to be expected. So yeah, this is something that we'll have to have discussions on in the upcoming budgeting process. And we're not going to be able to do everything at once. We're going to need to prioritize what it is that we need to do. Tree inventory is a big one. There's opportunity for some grant funding for that, so that could help. Of course, we'll need someone to manage that. That could be something that could be done by a consultant. There was a discussion in there about potentially hiring an urban forest or a consultant that could help sort of fill in the gaps, because we have a very decentralized way of managing our trees right now. It's really by department. And there is some coordination issues that an urban forester could help create a more cohesive management. And there was a discussion about that in the staff report about the various kind of tasks that an urban forest could do. But there are plenty of tasks in here that even if we didn't hire an urban forester, that we could accomplish with our current resources. And that's just one of those things where if you look at the implementation plan, it does prioritize based on an ongoing basis, short-term basis, medium basis, and long-term basis, what the priorities are recommended. But so that is something we're going to have to evaluate. And there are things that we can implement right away, and things that will continue to be ongoing. But the upcoming budget cycle, we're going to have some discussions about what additional things that we can do that are beyond our existing resources and staffing.
Okay. I think that's really important, so we can kind of best, decide what to do with the resources we have now, and, look at what we may have to spend to, like, through grants, achieve some additional resources to do some of the other work. But specific to some of the, I forget what they're called, it's a very big plan. It's a big plan. What were they, the value statements or the value statements?
The key findings?
Key findings, the findings. There's a key finding. Okay, one of the key findings is around the canopy, prioritizing the canopy, which makes sense. But one gap that we kind of learned coming through the storm was that, it's hard to say there's one key priority, right? Because we found we have folks where you have trees, and they're not dead trees, right? And they're not down trees, but they're trees that they're on a path. It's not good, right? They are not going to ever be a healthy tree. They're on a death march, okay? And I heard the death spiral term referred to in here. So maybe these trees are on a death spiral. And, but we don't let them take them down, right? Because they're not in imminent danger of falling down. So they kind of have to go through an arduous process to get, and I just wondered, if we're just prioritizing canopy, are those the kind of policy decisions that leads us to? Because canopy is most important. So you have kind of a diseased tree, and we say, well, canopy is important. Your diseased tree, well, you can get by for another 5 years with it, or call us when it hits your house. And I just want to make sure that our policy is kind of in line with the fact that this is an urban forest report, and it's not, canopy is important, but so is the life safety of the residents. and the property.
Well, and I think that's the key finding. One is that the city needs an updated public tree inventory to make informed urban forest management decisions. And I think one of the issues is that we don't know what we have out there in terms of the condition of our trees, the species mix, the age class, that type of thing.
But these these would be private trees. I mean, public trees too. I mean, but these are private. People come in and say, "I have a tree. It's got not. I mean, it's diseased."
Yeah.
You know, you can put your hand through it, and we, don't always say, yeah, you can. Sometimes we say, no, you can't take that down.
Jessica, did any of the discussion about the tree code contemplate this issue? Because I suspect that you got public comments about, you might go out and find the trees in fair condition today, but an arborist looking at it might say, but it's probably in a 3 to 5 year window where it's no longer in. So did any of that discussion contemplate this issue? Am I making sense?
There was a time, there's a recommendation for a time.
Add a
frame.
time frame to hazard tree risk evaluations. That's true. Yeah, I mean, part of the thing is the bulk of this plan is really about managing trees that the city owns and manages. It's the city's urban forest plan. So many of these action items and the budget is about managing trees in that city population, which is 20% of our canopy cover. So what can the city do on that other 80%? Well, the big tool is the tree code, right? Regulating trees to preserve canopy cover. And we have a variety of permit options. So if it's dead or dying or hazardous, high risk, those are simple types of permits to obtain. And it does get more arduous when you have to go through the type 2 process, because maybe your tree isn't quite in progressive decline and it doesn't quite rise to the level of high risk, but it's still something that exceeds your threshold for risk. So that could be a landscaping purpose, but then you have to look at all the significance criteria. So it really is a larger tree code issue.
Yeah, but that's part of the plan.
Yeah, it is a recommendation in the plan to look at updates to the tree code, and there's some recommendations about shortfalls in the tree code and things to look at, but it's not a full review of it by any means.
Right. But I know it's a big plan. I guess what I'm saying, I want to make sure that the key findings don't conflict with, the urban nature of the community and the fact that we want to make sure that we are protecting human life as well as the canopy.
Right. I don't think it conflicts in that way. I mean, as a certified arborist, human life and safety is my #1 priority.
Okay, because I even hear from arborists, they worry that we are so stringent in the requirements, they worry about then having to climb and take down the trees because they're in such a state of decline. I've heard that from multiple arborists from different companies, that Lake Oswego takes it too far. And so it's not healthy for residents.
I hear that a lot too, but if your application meets the code criteria, the city can't deny it.
Well, I know, but we're looking at let's do it.
What is the criteria,
Right. We're looking forward,
and that's the tree code.
Well, we are going to be doing a review of the tree code. That is the next step. And the timeline we're looking at that is creating the scope of work and putting out an RFP, and we're hoping to have a consultant on board by this fall. So this is happening, and this is absolutely something that can be addressed as part of that. I don't think there's anything in this plan that is going to preclude us from taking a look at those types of situations and making changes to the tree code if needed.
Okay. When we talk about the 80-20, the 20%, and some of those are parks trees, and some of them are right-of-way trees, or 12% right-of-way. Is that right-of-way right-of-way that's managed as public right-of-way, or is that some right-of-way that's also managed as a front yard?
I believe it is just what is in our public right-of-way, whether it's improved or not.
Oh, okay, so some of these are front yard trees?
They could be, yes.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Or they could be on unimproved portions of right-of-way that haven't been opened yet.
Yes, and some are like what we would traditionally think of as a street tree.
Yep.
Planted in a sidewalk. Councilwoman, then I'll stop talking.
No, you keep going. Go.
You go.
Okay, so on the key findings, to some of the mayor's points that he was talking about, number 9, I agree that we are active, engaged, and strongly value the city's natural resources. When you put a word like protection, and when it says city's natural resources, is that city property, or is that everybody in the city. I think one could read that as saying, again, you'll never take a tree down because it's under the protection of the city. I think it's a little bit, as we've learned tonight, people come back and quote whatever we've put in a survey, whatever we have out there, they use it as a tool to advocate for their side. And I think there's some ambiguity in this statement where I'm not sure. I think we do strongly value the management of our city property, natural resources. And I also think that same question is, what do we do about the 80% that we don't own, and how much influence can the city do other than, I suppose, the tree code? But even then, it's we haven't determined that, and I don't want to get it to say that we start getting quotes from the community to say, well, no, you said in your plan that you're going to protect all of the city's natural resources, period. So I don't know what that truly means. I think we do value natural resources. Obviously, we wouldn't have 600+ acres of parks. We wouldn't spend the money that we do. But I just kind of think that that's a statement that could provide some confusion going down the road. So the action item would be, I think we need to revise number 9 just to clearly say, are we talking about the city-owned natural resources, or are we talking about all of natural resources? And when we say protection, what do you define protection as? Is that absolute, we touch nothing, so that now it's all of a sudden natural? I mean, anything in a park can't be touched? I don't know what that means. So that would be one part. I agree 100% that we need a correlation between what the report tells us to do and the impact on the budget and resources. I didn't get that out of here, and I think that's really important, because what we did learn at the last budget meeting was that we are really on a fine line where we can't really add any headcount unless you take other headcount away, in a sense. We are kind of maxed out on staffing, so unless you want to reallocate sources to take some other headcount and advocate it to a forestry position, that's a discussion that we need to have. But I think having it in the plan as far as a requirement, I think is beyond our scope at this point until we have that discussion of how we would fund it. I don't want to get ourselves blocked into a situation where we're going to say, great, here's the plan, and everyone expects it to happen, and then we go, oh, but we don't have money for it.
Oh, I think it is, well, I agree with that, but it does pretty clearly state that it's an aspirational plan.
Yes.
It's good that it's all encompassing, but 100% we need to then, the next step is,
But you approved it. I mean, it's just, I just want to make sure we're setting ourselves up for sort of under-promising, over-delivery to a certain extent, rather than being over-promising and under-delivering. I work better in that standpoint, and I'm fine with aspiration, but I also think that we don't want to have the concepts be something that we'll never be able to reach from that standpoint. And then, can you tell me the difference on tree inventory versus canopy? When we do that, is that LIDAR survey? Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about going out and naming each tree and saying, you're Alice, you're, Fred, you're whatever? I mean, is it like a complete inventory of every tree we have in the city?
I'll let Ryan, would you be able to answer that?
Yeah, gladly. So your canopy cover assessment is looking at just how much area within the city is covered by the leaves and branches of trees. A tree inventory is tree to tree, collecting standard arboricultural information like the botanical name, trunk diameter, height, its width, its health condition, and then also collecting any maintenance needs the tree would have, so you can have better informed management decisions. So the canopy cover is just a big picture look at all the trees and what you have, and then the inventory is the individual data on trees that the city directly manages.
And so in that picture, is that like I mean, that seems like it's a pretty big job. I mean, is that like a couple $1 million, $5 million?
No, with the estimating of around 40,000 trees in the city inventory, or that's estimated that there might be managed by the city. Inventory rates are anywhere $5 to $6 a tree right now. So you likely would be looking at $200,000 to $300,000 for the inventory.
And then from the standpoint of, I mean, which is great to have that data, I suppose, if you're a forestry person. I think that would probably be golden rule. But then what do you do with it? I mean, is it?
Yeah, a lot. There's urban forest sustainability principles of understanding your diversity, the condition of the trees, which species are doing better or worse than others, so you can have a good idea of which trees you should be planting or shouldn't be planting, but also knowing what your management needs are will help you budget much better and have a better active management program for your trees, knowing how many you need to be pruning, where they are, determining what those costs will be, and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's key, the inventory, kind of a key base.
But it creates a huge list of CIP type things, right? I mean, it's like we're going to.
Well, actually, I think what it would result in is probably more strategic management by both Public Works and the Parks Department of the trees that are in the city's ownership. It's not that they do a bad job now, because they definitely pay attention to the condition and health, but it may result in us just being a lot more strategic in how we take care of the trees on city-owned property.
Is it easier to update once you have the first one than the first inventory?
Yes, once you have the first inventory, we would set up kind of an asset management tool as GIS software where Public Works and Parks could make those updates in real time as things are happening. Trees get removed, trees get planted. And then on some periodic basis, it's probably worthwhile to go through and just do a quick review of everything else, but then you're just updating existing data. You know where those trees are, they're mapped, and you're just going back to them. And I'll tell you quickly, in my experience, these inventories can be really beneficial. Our neighboring city of Wilsonville, Mediterranean oak borer, an invasive insect pest, was recently discovered down there, and it's devastating our huge historic Oregon white oaks. The city has a complete inventory of city-owned right-of-way street trees, so we know where every Oregon white oak is in the city, and we can go check them all out and see if they're infested or not infested, and really try to get a good grip on that invasive insect attack and help out the whole region. And not only Oregon white oaks, but we also know emerald ash borer is here. It's in Forest Grove. So knowing how many ash trees are in the city's population can help us prepare for that arrival. It's inevitable. Emerald ash borer will be here in Lake Oswego, and we're going to lose most all, if not all, of our ash trees. How many do we have? How do we budget and manage for removing all of those trees, disposing of all of that wood, and then replanting the trees to maintain the canopy cover? So the inventory can be used in a whole lot of ways, but I think those invasive pests and knowing what trees are vulnerable to them is probably the most important reason to have it right now.
Such a great point, especially since that's the number one threat to the tree canopy, the invasive bugs. And it is, I think it's important to remember that this is a plan, like the director said, like we're never going to implement this in one fell swoop. So, I mean, there's no misconception of thinking amongst anyone on the dais here or in the community that this is some one and done. And this is going to be a multi-year, multi-budget cycle kind of plan to do what's most important first and then work from there. Especially in regards to in addition to the inventory, to the outreach, I thought there were really good points on the community outreach, creating more individual responsibility in the community, because I know there's a tendency to say, well, it's not me, but it's, someone else over here, and being able to do that work to almost like the Smokey the Bear, right? Only you can prevent forest fires. It's like only you, like what can individual residents do to look at the trees that they have, to look at how they can make their yard better from like a pollination perspective, from a canopy perspective, just all around. Such great opportunity. And I know that we already do a really good job reaching out to people. And the challenge, of course, is there's certain people that are really interested in it and other people who, it's not their thing. And it's hard to get in the city of 40-some thousand, every single person to pay great attention. But I think there's opportunities. As we look at the areas of town where there's like less canopy, and I know we identified like creating more canopy, is that just like through an outreach? Is that more canopy on private, like through educational work or in a combination of right-of-way type work? Or how
Exactly. I think we would look at doing targeted street tree planting and education and incentives. We, of course, have backyard habitat programs. We have the habitat enhancement program that's for private property. It's targeted more towards stream corridors and that type of thing, but we definitely do have education and outreach that we can do to, and we can't force people to plant trees, but at least encourage the planting of those trees. But street trees are kind of a low-hanging fruit.
And so when we say like street tree in these situations, because of our right-of-way situation here, are we mainly talking about like those areas where it's kind of a front yard situation, but we would go and say, hey, we're gonna pop a tree down here?
Well, it could be, and we have to work with the property owners. I don't think we're going to plant a tree where someone doesn't want it, but and we want to make sure it's the right tree in the right place. But absolutely, and there aren't a lot of areas in the city that are lacking in tree canopy. I mean, we're actually pretty well covered throughout the city, but there are some areas where I don't think we're going to get equal tree canopy everywhere, but as much as we can provide education and encouragement for the planting, that's only going to help.
Okay, but that is a lot of work. Yeah. That's a talking site by site. Okay.
Yes.
But it's good.
Yeah, but there's also, like, the Parks Department's already partnered with Friends of Trees in some ways, and Friends of Trees they're number one in going through neighborhoods and promoting opportunities to plant street trees. So they're a great partner, and I'm not sure we've used them in that regard, but it's a really good way they hang flyers on people's doors. If you want a tree, you call us and let us know, and then they can plant it together and teach them how to take care of it. And so there are opportunities like that. There aren't a whole lot of planting spaces available, but I think targeting right-of-ways would be a good starting point.
And I know First Edition neighborhood associations, neighborhood associations could be a good resource too, because that may be something that they want to identify and prioritize and encourage. And I believe that the First Edition had a program like that where they had willing property owners where they did some street tree planting. This was several years back. So I think that could be a good partnership too, if a neighborhood association is partnering and supporting that effort.
That's great, especially in the low canopy areas.
Yeah.
One last question. The tree risk assessment, we talked about doing a tree. We don't have that yet now. How does a tree risk assessment, how does it compare to like an assessment, something in our risk, more like you would do on private property? And how does that fit in with the permitting?
Want me to or Ryan?
You want me to answer that? Or? Yeah, I can. So tree risk assessment is a defined process by the International Society of Arboriculture. And there are 3 different levels of assessment that you can do. A level 1 assessment is just a very basic walking down the street and looking for obvious defects, a broken branch, things like that. So it's just intended to be a quick survey if you have a lot of trees and you're just trying to catch some big items. The next level, the level 2, is the most commonly done, that what you would do for individual trees. And that's a 360-degree assessment of the tree roots, the crown, its trunk, its canopy, its base, looking for, again, defects. But the important part of the risk assessment is that you are determining within a given time frame the likelihood of a branch, a tree part, or the whole tree failing and impacting a target, and then what the consequences of that of the tree impacting the target would be, and then that's how we determine the level of risk associated with the tree. So it's especially important when you're making decisions like we were talking about earlier with safety, of determining how long we are saying a tree, we feel comfortable with the tree at a certain level of risk, and looking at, if a tree's risk profile is exceeding, your risk tolerance level, then what can you do to mitigate the risk? So maybe there's a park bench and you can just move a park bench from the tree. But then ultimately, it helps you get to that decision whether a tree should be retained or removed. And then the last level, you can do a level 3 assessment after that. If you want to know more information, then you can use specialized equipment, things like sonic tomography, to get a physical picture of the inside of a tree trunk, to have a measure of the level of decay. Flying drones up in the tree to look at the canopy in a closer way. So that level 3 then kind of takes it up to that use of technology.
Okay. So that's very helpful. Thank you. So how would the risk, so we would use the risk assessment as the public entity to evaluate our public trees. And how would those criteria kind of, align then with the criteria we place on private property trees?
So the risk assessment on public trees would be public trees with target potential. So we would limit the assessment to where they're within striking distance of places people occupy. And I'll have you know that Parks is already doing this in some of the parks post-storm. They've hired a consultant who's in the process of doing these tree risk assessments right now. And there are many other action items in the plan that we are actually doing right now. So just want you to be aware of that. So the tree risk assessment, though, the methodology that's used that Ryan just described, it's the exact same as what the city requires for folks who are applying for hazard tree removal applications. So a lot of times you can come in with a hazard application and just show us a picture, and the defect is so obvious, that's all you need. But when it's a little more questionable or not easy for a layperson to look at and know for sure it's high risk, then the property owner hires a tree risk assessment qualified arborist, that's a special credential from the ISA, who uses the standard methodology and fills out a hazard tree evaluation form. And it's exactly what he said. It's based on the likelihood of failure, what the target potential is, and what is the consequences of that impact. And the code says if it's high or extreme risk in the rating methodology, you meet the criteria for the permit.
Okay. And it's the same. So the criteria, public and private, will be
the same, but I think the purpose of it in the public inventory is to help manage liability and risk potential over time.
Right.
So we know where high-risk trees are, we can abate those risks. If there are defects that can be remedied, pruning, cabling, bracing, moving a bench, moving the target is always the first option. We can take those actions just to reduce risk, but maintain the tree population.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. Councilor.
Yeah, no, I really, I love the trees. But after the storm, we realized, like in my neighborhood, I have 2 neighbors trees fell from the park and destroyed their home. And in front of the home, there is a big tree. The guy was telling me that the tree, through the years, it's bending towards their property. And they say, okay, we try. So maybe I can tell them that you have to do the risk assessment. And if they risk that are plausible, that we remove them, because those are, most of the constituents we have, their problem is they say, why you don't want us to cut trees that threaten our homes? And some people said that they asked to remove trees. We said no, and then the tree fell into their home. All those things that and I like the parks also, there are some trees that are in the parks that are trees that are threatening even my own property, my own school. But we just say, folks, and I'm glad that you say that people are assessing all those things, because these are real hazards that happen, that exist, and that we need. And that's why I support the hiring of a full-time position of someone who goes and check about the health of our trees. I like that in the key findings that you said, and also about the tree code, which is very difficult. I don't know how we can find a code that will satisfy everyone. I don't know what city does have a code that satisfy everyone. You go this way, people will say no. There's a wrong thing that's thinking that, the developers are cutting more trees than anyone it's not true, but what I like in this urban forestry, community forest plan is it gives us things, but how long it will take to materialize all of this, because there is global warming, and for example, next year we are 100% sure, not 100%, but almost sure that some trees will fall again. So how fast can we mitigate those things? Where are the area in the city where the danger is more prevalent and more present? And what can we do to mitigate that, to run before January or before December, before we are almost in June?
Well, I will say that, part of the tree risk assessment methodology that we're trained as qualified tree risk assessors is our evaluations are based on normal weather conditions. And the best management practices defines that as a 30-year rolling average. So we look at our regional weather data, historic data, and look at what's normal. And we also know what's normal because we've lived and worked here for 25 years. So, in the wintertime, our southwest storm winds are most prevalent. Those are our strong storm winds when the ground is saturated. That's normal weather conditions at that 30-year rolling average that we assess risk at. The January storm of this year was not normal weather conditions. It was strong east winds when the ground was incredibly saturated, coupled with ice and snow. And the trees weren't adapted to those conditions. So there's definitely a lot that can be done to assess risk potential and to manage to reduce risk to acceptable levels. But we can never get rid of all the risk altogether, because those not normal weather conditions will happen and healthy trees will fall when the forces are too great. So we have to maintain really healthy trees and plant them in the right space and give them good soil and appropriate but not excessive water to minimize the risk as much as possible.
But what if it's the new normal?
Well, and we'll find that out, right? We will find that out. And the 30-year rolling average is always changing.
Yeah, that's right.
Ryan, do you have anything to add in that regard?
No, that was everything I would have said. That was a great answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Afghan.
Brian, well said.
Director, I think you answered my question when Councilor Wetland asked you, but I want to be direct with a yes or no answer. The urban and community forest plan is for public, urban, and community forest, correct? This does not extend into private property ownership.
There are actions in the plan that are aimed at encouraging and incentivizing the management of private trees as well. We have regulatory programs in the city, such as the tree code and the sensitive lands ordinance, that regulates trees on private property. And that is regardless of this plan.
Understood.
Yeah.
I'll come to that. Yeah. So it encourages and incentivizes the private property ownership.
Yes, there are many actions. And then there's, of course, there are action items related to updating the tree code, which is directly regulatory on private property, yes.
Okay, thank you. The tree inventory is for city-owned trees.
Yes.
The canopy that we're talking about is for entire city, private and public, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This update does not in any way or shape limit what we can do with the tree code revision whenever that comes up.
No.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Yes, it does not limit.
Or no, that's correct.
There are items identified in here as priorities and and issues that have been identified, but it wasn't intended to be a complete comprehensive review of the tree code. So we will review this and take those into account when we go through that process, but we will go out to the public and get feedback on what changes need.
So the reason I'm asking my questions this way is that I would like the urban and community forestry plan to be clear that we're not dictating to the entire city how this plan affects them and how we're going to manage their properties. So as we heard today, is there some areas that could be interpreted different ways, and we like to be clear. And if you would do a courtesy review, that would be great. On the tree code, I understand what Councilor Mahbub was saying. I understand what also people saying about sustainability. I like to have a deep conversation about how we go forward with the revised tree code. So saying that, well, we're going to find out, or what's the level of risk, I put myself in the shoes of the property owner that this tree is bending toward their house, and when it's going to give, I go, if it was me, I take it down tomorrow morning. On the other hand, the sustainability says, well, every time we cut a tree, we're impacting the future. So I wanted to make sure that this plan does not in any way or shape limits the tree code revision, tree cutting code revision, however that ends up being. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Okay, a final question from Councilor Corrigan.
Yeah, allow us to do things that we need to do as they come up. There's just one word that I would add, and it has to do with the vision statement. And I would say combats and is resilient to climate change, because I'm not sure people really understand that this is really the only thing we do that reverses the problem of greenhouse gases. Everything else we do is conservation, and it's wonderful. But this is a big chunk of what we can do to really run the system backwards. And combating climate change is a council goal. And I don't know, it's not really that big of a thing, but I'm not sure that there's really the awareness of how important it is with regard to greenhouse gases. And we also have a greenhouse gas goal as well, I think. But that's really it. I think it's a great plan.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw on the rating that we are at 60 instead of 109.
That assessment.
So it's a kind of a big gap. I was reading and I say, I don't understand it because I'm sure it's not what I think.
In one of the appendices of the document, they're not attached to the actual PDF document, they're standalone appendices. There's a detailed breakdown of how we got to 60. And as Ryan said, we're actually really high. So there are very few cities that do that assessment, and the first time they're that high. I think Ryan said a lot of cities fall into the teens their first round.
Oh, good.
So, and that gap is really, it's not that big, and it's really what's aspirational, and it's going to be a really good monitoring tool so that as the years go by and we're able to accomplish more and more of the action items, we can retake that assessment and see, well, how far are we now? How far are we now? And yeah, I think it's a great approach.
It might be helpful to have a footnote on that page to say that we're
rated on a curve.
Yes.
Because in Lake Oswego, people will look at that and like, oh my God, we're failing. In fact, we're at F.
Right.
Because
that's a good
60.
recommendation.
So just to say, we still have a long way to go, but we're still, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe something else to,
No,
so we
good,
can
yeah,
see
because,
who's reading to the appendices.
Mhm.
If you've reached this, call this
I think
number
it
for a
shows
special prize.
Yeah. No, yeah,
Morgan
thank
will
you.
bring you a
Thank you, yeah.
It does show the efforts, though,
pollinator for your yard.
of the groups before us that have been doing this. I mean, I will say that it's a good testament to the city that we're on the right track, right?
So, and it's been great. I mean, thank you to the team, you know, for everyone on the council for supporting this work, and then for the Director Numanalu and Morgan, and for leading this process. Dudek, you and your team, it's just been great, and it is important. It's been a long time coming to put this plan together, and there's really so many good elements in it. But now, you know, well, of course, and we really appreciate you bringing us this update, and we'll look forward to the hearing. When's the hearing?
June 18th.
June, okay, that will be good.
And we'll
There's
actually
really
have this
good
done in
engagement on this.
2024.
Yes.
Yay.
And a lot of work. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, that brings us to information from council. Just share that Morgan and I were at the farmer's market on Saturday. Morgan did a great job presenting the Arbor Month Art Awards to 6 little kids who did a great job. One of them was also the If I Were Mayor winner. So they're participating in all the contests, winning all the prize money, whatever we're giving them, you know. Well, this wasn't prize money. They got a tree and a goodie bag. But it was great. And Sunday was the AAPI Heritage Celebration at Millennium Park, which was great. And we appreciate our community member and LO for Love leader, Kim Vito, who really emceed the whole thing. Coach Marshall Cho, who was the keynote speaker, and then our representative, Daniel Nguyen, for being there and offering remarks as well. A good time was had by all. Councilor Boop was there. It was great. Does anyone else have any updates? Okay. Well, with that, we're going to go into executive session, and we'll ask Ms. Osenak to read the legal parameters for us.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council. This executive session is held pursuant to ORS 192.6602E and F for the purpose of conducting deliberations with persons designated to negotiate real property transactions and to consider records that are exempt by law from public inspection. Designated staff and representatives of the news media shall be allowed to attend the executive session in the adjoining room. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. And at the end of executive session, we will return to open session here in council chambers.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Osnick. All right, we will recess to the side room.
Oh, we're not going to stay here? Oh.
Oh, we want to stay here?
Given that you're coming back into open session and Richard's still here, I actually think
Just
you're
stay here?
better off in the.
Oh, good, okay, we'll just
in the
stay here.
little room.
But are we going public?
No.
You will have to come back out and go public.
Yeah, we'll
again.
come back, but we'll
That's
let,
why I think you should go in the small room.
oh, you want to go in the small His kids. Okay, we're back in order. We're at item 12.1 on the agenda. This is the city request of Clackamas County regarding the proposed project on Stafford Road and Childs Road. As you all will recall, we had a presentation from the county the other week regarding a proposed safety improvement project at the intersection of Stafford Road and Childs. It's the construction of a roundabout. The construction of the roundabout, to facilitate that, requires the county to acquire, a budding additional right-of-way. And we own a parks property, Stevens Meadows, that abuts Childs Road, and the county would need to acquire about 9,000 square feet of that property, as well as other properties surrounding that area, in order to construct this improvement project. So we have a couple issues. One, we know that we have heard for years from the community how important this roundabout construction safety project is at the Childs-Stafford intersection. I think everyone agrees with that. But we also have our Chapter 10 natural area protection measures in place that specifically protect Stevens Meadow, and they specifically prohibit the construction, us to allow either ourselves or someone else to construct a road over Stevens Meadows. And of course, that is exactly what the county is, proposing to do, is to widen the roadway over Stevens Meadow. And so we have discussed the various legal options before us. And I think there's consensus that we want to allow the community to allow the county to construct this road project, but do it in a way that preserves the charter member, that recognizes that these charter protections are in place. So the council does not want to unilaterally make a decision that would be in violation of the charter member. Charter is important. People voted on the charter to make sure that there were not these kind of discretionary decisions regarding these particular properties. But the remedy to that is to go back to the voters and to ask them to approve this kind of project taking place on a portion of the property, Stevens Meadow, that they voted as a protected property. And so that's what we're proposing, to send a letter to the county, and this is kind of after us weighing different options, which includes going to court with the county, which I don't think we, find as a good strategy, because that would prolong the process up to several years in reaching a resolution. And as our city attorney has advised us, is kind of a fraught, unknown. It could not end well for a multitude of factors. And our other option one other option would be to go and just ask the voters in a kind of an advisory capacity whether they think we should sell a portion of Stevens Meadow to the voters. But that vote could be returned with some proportion of people saying yes and another portion saying no. And the charter protections would still be attached to the property. It's just an advisory vote. So we think that the cleanest way, or proposing the cleanest way, the most the way with least risk and most certainty, is to ask the voters to amend Chapter 10 in a very, very narrow way to just allow this particular safety improvement project to take place on that very narrow portion of Stevens Meadow, which would then remove essentially the Chapter 10 protections from just that narrow set or a portion of the property. So that's kind of the decision. We would send the county then a letter stating our wishes to continue to engage with them, stating the importance of the project, and then wishing to take next steps to refer a ballot measure.
And just for clarification, this is about 9,000 square feet of right-of-way.
9,000 square feet.
Of 25 acres.
Yes, it's a very
relatively small, narrow. And it's at the southern tip? This very southern tip, so it would not be in the middle, or it would just be at this lower edge along the current street.
Right.
That's there.
And we've talked with the county, did meet with neighbors from Palisades. It's a really difficult area topographically. It's very sloped. Metro owns property on the other side of the road, all part of this same natural area, not obviously owned by us, but it's part of the same ecosystem there. And to shift the project all the way into Metro, it's a very, very deep ravine. It would be a project that we feel that would not fall within the county's budget. They would simply back out of doing the project, it seems, just given financial constraints. And that doesn't seem like an outcome the community would desire, to me. What do y'all think of this? Councilor Afkin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've said this several times, and even the night we had the county here, I voted yes to this initiative back then with the full intention of not wanting a building on any of these areas, no roads, no nothing. I wanted it preserved. Having said that, I never intended to prevent a safety issue from being resolved. So from my perspective, I still don't want a new road there. I still don't want a new building there. But if we have a situation where our citizens and any human being's life is being threatened, I want it addressed. So the plan that we just talked about, I think it respects the voters' wishes. At the same time, we go back to them and say, here is a case that we believe it needs to be addressed, and they get to decide. So I'm in full support of it.
And is this on today's ballot? Oh, no, this would be for November?
You have an hour?
Yeah, an hour.
Write it in. Councilor Burdick, I'm good with you?
Yes, actually, I think Councilor Afghan said it quite well, so I won't make this meeting any longer, but yes, I approve. I think this is the most respectful way to move forward for all parties.
You agree too. And I mean, I think we can recognize too that this is it's a relatively unusual situation for the county to find themselves in doing a project in, as their city attorney has pointed out, this is a park that exists outside an extraterrestrial property that exists outside of city boundaries, but yet has voter improved protections on it. And that's just somewhat rare. So for the county to run up against this and not quite know how to proceed over these years, and we had questions about that as we were unaware of this project. It is an unusual situation all around, and we can recognize they've done good work on the project. It's a project that our residents want, but we encountered a unusual situation that we had not encountered before, and we will probably really never encounter. Hopefully, yeah, never encounter again. But there is a good solution, and it's engaging with our community, going to the voters. I think people know about this project, once it's on the ballot. Of course, that's outside the city thing, but I think the community will make a good case for why this is an important measure to vote for, and then to allow the county then to continue to proceed with the project. And we appreciate the county's commitment to making this important safety procedure. They have a lot of projects on their CIP. There's a lot of other places where they can spend the money, and we're glad that they're spending it here on this intersection.
So there is some risk that if we don't do this correctly and do this quickly under this proposal, that we would risk losing this project. Yes. Is that the vibe you kind of get from the county?
Well, yes, I think they want to, there has to be a path forward, and I think we're presenting a good, clear path forward, and I think the county knows that our community is committed to this project. We know, or we at least have a sense, but we'll do some polling as well in preparation for this.
What I was going to say about this is, assuming that after we write the county, they say, sure, that's a good strategy, we'll delay the project until you do that. We'll need to, the city attorney and I we'll need to refer this measure to the voters with enough time to allow the process to play out. So we'll need to refer this measure in July. You do have 2 meetings in July, so we'll figure out which one's best, but the time is relatively short. So yeah, we'll do a little polling just to make sure we understand whether the voters are inclined to support this or not, so you don't refer something that you know is gonna fail, right?
Right.
But we may not be back until we have draft language ready for you to consider referring.
Right.
In other words, the next time you see this, we may be asking you to vote yes on the same night. Okay.
We'll make sure we maintain good
Yeah, we'll
communication
communicate,
with
we'll
the
share
county.
drafts with council
writing
so
and
that
in
you know
person.
what's going on. But the next time you formally get a chance to talk about this in public, maybe the same night as you're asked to make a referral.
We'll end with the county, and our county commissioners have been very communicative on the issue.
County's been great.
They've been great to work with. And they've spent years on this project as well, so, you know.
And it's the best solution. I think we've heard that just put a street light there and whatever, and that will not help at all. I mean, it'll help a little bit, but it won't help.
Well, could use even more right-of-way too.
Right.
So it
And
doesn't
so
really remedy
that's-
the.
There's not, this is our one option.
Yeah.
I think after we've researched it, so.
That's right.
And I just think it's important that we really make it clear that we want to work with the county and find a solution. We think they found a good one with the roundabout.
That's right.
And we appreciate their efforts. And also let, Chapter 10 and people who are behind that say, we also respect that. So we're really trying to find a way to get a good result for everybody that respects everyone's wishes and also gets, addresses the safety concerns at an important, very busy intersection.
Right.
Someone like to
So
make
I
a
would,
motion?
I would like to make a motion to move to authorize a letter to the Clackamas County Board from the City Council regarding improvements to Stafford Childs intersection.
Okay, moved by Counselor Windland and seconded by Counselor Burdick. Is there any discussion? All right, now all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 6-0. Okay. With that, we are adjourned. Have a good night.
You.
Go, Ally.
Okay. So